1, 2. One, two. One, two. Good morning and welcome to the NASDEV Summit 2022.
So, good evening, colleagues. Just one thing, colleagues. Can I kindly ask that as we are sitting, there's a particular sitting arrangement that we need to have in adherence to COVID-19 protocols. You'd notice that on the seats there are stickers, there are yellow stickers. Okay? So where there is a yellow sticker, that's where we are supposed to sit. All right? So just check your seats. Where there's a yellow sticker, that's where we are meant to sit. And if possible, can we please come a bit down in the sense that we can come a bit forward to the hall and then take our seats on the yellow stickers. I think we will be starting shortly, just making a few arrangements and making sure that the speakers are here, but in a few minutes we will start. In the meantime, can we just please sit where there is a yellow sticker in adherence to COVID-19 protocols? Oh, it's gone. Can we start doing that, colleagues? Are not keen on moving from each other. Please sit where there is a yellow sticker. Colleagues, I think we are ready to start. Can we please just settle down? Then we can start with our program. Thank you very much. Let me take this opportunity to greet you all. Standing before you is Muzomuhle Mhlongo, the Secretary General for the National Association of Student Development Professionals. And for the first session of today's program, I will be your facilitator. Let me start by thanking you, delegates, for making it through. I do acknowledge that we are starting a bit behind schedule. In fact, not even a bit, way behind schedule. I do understand that some of our colleagues had challenges with getting to the venue, traffic along the way on the N1, but thank you very much that you have made the effort and you are here. We are ready to start with our program. All our speakers for the first session are here. I'm just going to start by acknowledging the presence of our keynote speaker, the Vice Chancellor of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, Professor Chris Nhlapo, who's here in our midst. Also acknowledge all the NEC members for the association who are also here, members of staff within our host institution, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Delegates from all the institutions, you are all welcome. Siyabonga kakhulu. We are excited to be part of this program, the sharing of ideas, intellectual engagements, with a view of shaping and professionalizing our space. I think at this point in time, I am going to ask Mr. Zandile Jacobs, the Head of Department for Student Life and Residential Services, to come forward and offer up official welcoming remarks on behalf of our host institution. Maybe as he comes forward, also to note, colleagues, that in adherence to COVID protocols, after every speaker, we do have our lady here who's going to be assisting us with sanitizing the space. So just take note of that. So it's about 30 seconds to do that for every speaker, just to ensure that we are adhering to protocols. Also, just as a reminder, we are all sitting where there is a yellow sticker to ensure that we ensure social distancing. And everybody who comes in the venue as we proceed, please just make them aware of that so that we make sure that we adhere to all protocols. At this point in time, can I ask Mr. Zandile Jacobs to come forward and we give him a round of applause.
Thank you, Program Director. My name is Zandile Jacobs. Tingutigela kanoni untswebane ke setlogolo sa batlhaping ba gamaidi ba tlhapa ka mashi metsi a le teng. Vice Chancellor Professor Chris Nhlapo, President of NASDEV, Dr. Sebake, and your cabinet, all speakers present here today and throughout this conference, members of the LOC, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to say Dumelang, Absheni, Dimacheroni, Molweni, Huyemore, good morning. I'm standing here today, VC, seeing that when I looked at the program, I looked at people who have actually, when you get married as a female, you change the surname. I've seen people here who once in our space of NASDEV or worked at CPUT, they left and now they're coming back to CPUT again. Now they are no longer called Mr., they are Doctor. I've actually looked at 3 doctors, Dr. Sebake, Dr. Gugu Klaba, And also we have in our midst, also a member of NASDEV, Uvuyo Ntuyetwa, who's also a doctor. And I'm happy to see that, and I see progress, and I see a motivation. Ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you to the biggest university in the Western Cape. And this is the headquarters of that university. And in our midst, we have our first citizen, Prof. Nhlapo, who will address you later today. Chairperson, allow me to just take 2 points or 3 points that were raised at Granger Bay campus from the speakers and even yourself. And especially also the thing that was spoken by the Honorable Mesuli Kama when he spoke. I think the most important thing that we need to do, all of us, is to be intentional in our programs. And when we are intentional in our programs, I actually did a desktop search the day before yesterday about universities that have the value of Ubuntu. And I happen to only to come around 3 universities that has the value of Ubuntu. Why I hammer on the issue of the value of Ubuntu? Because if all of us, of what was said yesterday in terms of making sure that there's synergy between the universities and the communities that we are coming from, and addressing the ills of society that we have, if we have Ubuntu and leave Ubuntu, Prof, then we would have won the fight against all ills that we are seeing today. As we are seated here today, there was an incident that happened in Stellenbosch, and everybody was up in arms and so on and so forth. But I happen to agree with the Minister of Higher Education, Dr. Blayton Zimande, when he said that when the issue of Stellenbosch, you must not look at it in isolation. And what also Professor Driki spoke about yesterday, and Mr. Mesuli, whether there is synergy. I happen to stay in Stellenbosch, closer to Kayamandi, Cluttersville, Iders Valley. I can't see the footprint of the University of Stellenbosch in those communities. And the other thing that I also find very strange is that when we implement bylaws, we implement differently in the white community than in the black community. In the white community, I cannot just park a car in the middle of the street and open a car wash. I cannot even urinate in public or do something indecent in public. The law enforcement will deal with me. But when you are in the township, it's different. And everybody else go about their normal duties as if nothing happens, and even the law enforcement people. And I think with us, we tend to say, why are we in this state? Why can't we be the Rwanda of this world with the cleanest country in Africa? Those people have intentional, they are very intentional in terms of implementing their programs. When you break the law, you know what are the consequences. But here it seems as if when you break the law, you have more rights than the victim. And I think we actually need to address that going forward. The other thing that I wanted to demonstrate, that we are focusing only on probably what happened in Stellenbosch. What I also observed, when students at Stellenbosch go to pubs that are in town, white students, for example, and they are stopped by law enforcement, and they are under the influence of alcohol, they'll be escorted home. But if you are a black student, you're definitely going to sleep in jail. And those are the things that we need to make sure that we address. And that is why I'm saying we need to be very intentional in the way we're actually doing things. I see a lot of colleagues that I have not seen for a while. The platform of NASDEV give us the opportunity to reconnect, rekindle all that we want to do with the information that we have received at this summit. We're going back to our institutions, and let us not sit on what the resolutions of the summit will be, but make sure that we implement those resolutions at the summit. And the thing is that it's VC, the Dr. Sebake, I first met him, I'm not sure whether I still remember. I first met him in 2001 in Limpopo, Teflop campus. He was a young student at the time. He was a manager of the team. I'm not sure he was doubling as a manager and a coach of the team, but he seemed to be an all-rounder. And one is very happy when you see the progress that he has actually made, because he got his hands dirty from the start, from the bottom and going up. It is very much important not to be armchair revolutionaries, that we need to get our hands dirty and make sure that we reclaim our space, both at universities and communities. And when we see something wrong happening, let's make sure that we actually address that. Because with that, we'll be able to address the problems of, like Mesulu was talking about it yesterday, what is the difference between a student who's taking Nyaope in the township and another person who's taking Nyaope in Camps Bay? The behavior is different. I think if our students or our kids or our brothers and sisters in the township see the rightful role models, they can then be able to change their own situation and say, if Mr. Sebake was at this position and he's my neighbor and is within my community, what makes me not to actually go and achieve what I want to achieve in life? And we need to make sure in the age of technology that we make sure that our students, they don't spend time on the internet watching pornography. We need to make sure that they are using the internet for the betterment of themselves. VC, I always say to the students, especially at CPUT, that the training that you get, majority of you, the training that you get at CPUT is not preparing you to be employed by somebody. It's employing you to be better entrepreneur and people that are going to employ their communities where they come from. And I always say to them, as you are sitting here, you are a middle class in the making. And you are not going to go back to the very status that you had where before you moved from Kanduli or Limpopo or Tsanin. So make sure that you actually take the skills that you have been given by the university, because not everybody can come to university, and make sure that you use those fruitfully. Allow me, VC, with the powers vested in me, to welcome everybody to Western Cape, to CPUT. You are in Europe, in South Africa. Thank you very much. I hope you will enjoy your engagement as you go through the summit. Engos.
Thank you very much for the words of welcome, Mr. Jacobs. Sizizwa samkelekile, the biggest institution in the Western Cape. Thank you very much for the words of welcome, and I think I must just pass the comments that indeed CPUT President has been exceptional hosts. Last night in Granger Bay exceeded our expectations. It was wonderful. So siyabonga kakhulu, and I think President, definitely we're gonna have more of these conferences in the Cape, and CPUT obviously being the preferred host. Thank you so much, Mrs. Andile. Colleagues, thank you so much. I see delegates are continuing to join us. Please, can you just also take note? I'll keep on reminding you that where we are sitting, the seats are marked with a yellow sticker, so it is supposed to be 2 seats apart from each other in adherence to COVID protocols. So can I all please ask that everybody who's joining, just make sure that you are sitting at least 2 seats apart from the next person. Siyaqhubeka with our program. We're continuing with our program. Before I call the next speaker, just to acknowledge the institutions that are here in this summit. We've got a total of 12 universities that are here that have sent delegates. The University of Fort Hare, Walter Sisulu University, the Nelson Mandela University, the Tshwane University of Technology, the University of the Witwatersrand, the University of the Free State, the Vaal University of Technology, the Solplaki University, the University of KwaZulu-Natal, the University of Venda, University of Limpopo, and last but not least, our host, the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. So colleagues, you can already see that we are a wide range of people coming from diverse and different backgrounds, and this does nothing but only sharpens the conversations that are going to be had in the summit, and we look forward to them. Colleagues, allow me to call to the stage the President of the National Association of Student Development Professionals, Dr. Bernard Sebake. I am going to try and behave President because I also do have history with the President of in terms of where we come from. In this particular sense, I was the one who was young, and he's the one in my institution who mentored me as a student leader. He was my student development person. Today we are leading an organization together. So it's just words of encouragement to SRC members who are here also, but only if you behave. So President, can I give you the platform? Can we give him a round of applause? Thank you.
Molweni, good morning, Dumelang, Sanbonan. Colleagues, I'm a man who does not need any introduction, particularly at the soil of Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Prof, I really don't need an introduction, which is more broader. I also grew here in terms of my career. I have learned a lot from here as well in terms of my journey. I have much trust on the hospitality of CPUT, Prof. I had no doubt in terms of that. And also that I think it must be clear that as a collective, as NASDEV, when we knock at your door, not being sure that when we're in COVID, there's any university that will accept to host us. Through your internal protocol, you allowed us to be here. I wanted to start in that way because issues of this nature, we don't say them in corners. We say them when everybody's listening so that they know where this journey started. But thank you very much, Tatu Mhlongo, for allowing me to address this summit of NASDEV. We all know that NASDEV, on a yearly basis, have this summit called Best Practice, which evolved over time. It was called NASDEV Winter School. I'm sure Datu Jacobs, you may remember, during the time, former president, my president, Okabaza, you'd remember, it used to be a winter school. It has changed shape over time to shape itself with the trajectory of our own time. The last summit that we had was in Bloemfontein in 2019. For the past 2 years, we have, it was not possible for us to meet given the various difficulties that we're traversing in our own institutions, guided by the slogan that we're saying, there's no student that must be left behind. And in that regard, we moved out of our comfort zone. We did not know what is called job description. We valued and view ourselves as agents who will ensure that at all odds, indeed, no student is left behind. And I think that's a very beginning of a milestone to rethink our role as professionals of student affairs within the confines and the context of our own institutions. We know people are very pertinent about this thing called job description. But the reality is that the COVID has taught us that what you call job description does not necessarily exist in the context of ensuring that that very same student that the Honorable Kama spoke about yesterday, yesternight, is able to thrive at all odds. That's our responsibility. Gone are the days that we'll think that we belong somewhere where our role is to ensure that our interventions are transactional. But our intervention will clearly respond to what Utatu Jacob said. Impact on our students beyond the university borders. Let me thank you, the Vice Chancellor, and members of the executive in absentia. Let me also acknowledge the National Executive Committee of NASDEF under the leadership of the Deputy President, Ms. Nicole Morris in absentia, the Secretary General, Umzomuhle Mhlongo, members of from various institutions in higher education and student affairs, professionals in particular, delegates from various PSET sector, South African Union of Students, SRC members that are present here that have decided that this summit must also provide an opportunity to bond with our student development professionals nationally. Partners who dedicated their little resources, their contribution to ensure that this summit become a success. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to welcome all of you. I feel welcomed myself, as Tatu Jacobs have done that exceptionally. But let me take this opportunity to welcome you as well from the side of NASDEF. This is our ritual engagement, as I indicated, which was commonly known in the past as the Winter School. Historically, its role was to reimagine best practices that we may follow and learn from each other and further network in resolving complex challenges that were faced in higher education. Allow me to also reflect that indeed higher education emerged from being a traditional space of teaching and learning to an environment that built radical activists of a transformed African continent in context. If you want to know the work that we do, I always say our keynote speaker yesterday is one of the activists, student activists that emerged from this institution. That shows that if we were to really pride ourselves in terms of the work we do, we are really trying a lot in order to ensure that the intergeneration of students and leaders who emerge out of our hands are able to really be at the cutting edge of transformation of our own continent. We are meeting today at the Western Cape of the democratic South Africa, which has seen the dawn of democracy in 1994, the country that have grown from strength to strength, the country that allow all of us to champion and crystallize our various trajectory of our own time. Higher education program director have ever been defined as a microcosm of the society, which is complementary and contradictory in nature. When we say the institution of higher learning must be a microcosm of the society, yes, it's a correct statement. But on a contrary note, there are an overwhelming evidence that tells us that, as rightfully the Honorable Mesul have pointed it out yesterday night, that we are at risk of really collapsing as a society. Should we weigh this higher education and say, in any way we are a microcosm of the society, let us wait to collapse? On the contrary, that is why, hence, the argument is that in as much as we are a microcosm of the society, we've got the responsibility to be at the service to society. The social ills that do exist there, this mindset and the abstract of mind of students that move out of higher education is a generation that we shall have impacted in terms of their acumen, the human capability in the public space that is required. It's really our clear call to make sure that we get worried when students are not developing intellectually and so on. I think it's important as well to indicate that for as long as the opportunity for us to reimagine what direction to take in order to ensure transformation of Africa, we put ourselves at the cutting edge of its development. Therefore, we've got a responsibility to find the role of higher education in the contemporary society. Of course, Program Director, COVID-19 has taught us a lot, and in the process, we have to rethink globalization, which is not only a context of a European context, but where we have an opportunity to play as South African in order to rethink what pathways we could use for African development. In the period of digital age, our time of being champions of our own development remains a clarion call to foreground sustainable development while we are finding an Afrocentric pathways within the global competitiveness. The theme of the summit invokes the ethos to partake in the fourth industrial revolution, regardless of our fear of contradictions that have confronted us as part of the massive sideline of digital transformation that has been viewed as Eurocentric approach. These historic facts of Africans not being able to play in the space of your technological development must not indeed deter us from our virtue of internationalization and global competitiveness of our historic champions of our own development. Africa has emerged out of very difficult situations, out of the regime that has not been very palatable, that has made an African person to languish and don't even have space to rethink their space in the society. And as a result, once we have defeated that, it shows that in as much as there is much to be done, our unity is what is going to define our destiny at the end of the day. Program Director, we are known to have survived, as well as I indicated, massive revolution if you think about the historic evolution of Africa. Ours is to ensure that in the process, we usher what we call student-centric, which is a cornerstone of addressing Ubuntu and social justice. In that, we're crystallizing an African pathways in which we understand the value of African society in the quest for growth and development. It is in this context that NASDEV understand that the appalling conditions of the society requires all of us to give birth to a new society that is able to thrive regardless of the collapse of the moral collapse of the society. We have witnessed, hence we say universities must be at the service of the society, and universities must be able to ensure that they give birth to a new generation that understand our unity as African people. We condemn in strongest terms as NASDEF the incident that happened in our corridor that has spat of racism, that seek to divide us and deter us from our efforts to move forward and live collectively as a society. Therefore, the story, the developing story at Stellenbosch recently, it's a story to learn from, and we wish and we hope that the senior management of Stellenbosch will take a decisive decision on the matter. However, the process must be able to ensure that all those who are affected, African students, are able to be given time to heal out of this barbaric and horrific kind of an incident that reverses the gains of our democracy. Program Director, the issue of digital transformation is not the role of student affairs. The way massive part of stakeholders that have to really play a pivotal role. But we've got a particular role as student affairs to shape the future of higher education in the post-COVID society, and therefore ensure that we support students in transition, totally transitioning to this new university that has a set of teaching and learning pedagogies that resonate with the global competitiveness. It is in this context that Jean Ross claim that, as I quote unquote, clearly what is transforming, if we talk about digital transformation, it's not the technology, but it's the technology that transforms us, close quote. What does it say to us to comprehend a smart world? The government has made much call to ensure that by a specific period, we've got smart cities. What does that mean to us? The reason why we decided to choose to have this summit at CPUT, it is because in our own observation, Prof, we have witnessed that the CPUT is among those leading institutions in the digital transformation. And therefore, learning from where some of the competitiveness come from, it gives us that competitive edge to actually walk tall as we merge out of the summit and ensure that we really transform the sector to the best of our ability. I'm tempted to take another hour, but I think with all that has been said, allow me, with powers that was deferred to me by NASDEV, not vested in me, was deferred to me in 2021, last year. Let me open this summit officially. I have indicated and make a commitment yesterday in the gala dinner that we shall ensure that we skip lunch later on, because I can see and I can read through your eyes, you are thirsty for intellectual engagement. This is the platform. Thank you very much, Engos.
Thank you very much, President, for the official welcoming address, really articulating on the focus of NASDAF, the trajectory that which we are taking in advancing student development within higher education. Siyabonga kakhulu Mongameli ngalawo mazwi. We are indeed looking forward and are indeed thirsty for heavy intellectual engagement. Colleagues, we are moving forward with our program. Before I call on the Deputy Secretary General to do the introduction of our keynote speaker, I've got just a few things to announce once again to colleagues. Firstly, there is an attendance register that is circulating. Can we please ensure that we all fill it in? This will assist us in ensuring that we collect your information and do assure you that it will be processed in line with the POPIA Act. This is just to enable us to be able to send you newsletters and keep you informed on the work of the association. Also, to those that have just recently joined us, we humbly ask that where you sit at least 2 seats away from the next person. Our seats are marked with a yellow sticker. That is where we are meant to sit. So can I ask everybody who's at the back to please just have a look at that and make sure that you are seated at least 2 seats apart from the next person. Also, on seats, there is a request that everybody who's sitting behind the camera at the back, please can you move forward? Nobody is meant to sit behind the camera at the back. So all the colleagues that are sitting in those seats at the back, behind the camera, please, can you please occupy seats that are in front of the camera? So I think it's that one row, Kayanga, and that row at the back. Please move forward. Thank you very much, colleagues, for that. Colleagues, can I please call to the stage the Deputy Secretary General of NASDEV, Mr. Philani Hlatshwayo, to come and introduce our speaker for today. Simuphe izandla.
Ngiyabonga Njomane kaMkapi. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Like I said, Philani Hlatshwayo. I'm based at Harankwa campus. TUT, I'm from TUT anyway, Let me firstly apologize with the up and down. You know, student affairs, our work is not predictable. There is a protest in one of the campuses that I'm responsible for. So I'm trying to coordinate a meeting so that it becomes business as usual. So that is why I have this up and down. Having said that, I'm humbled and honored to introduce Professor Chris Nhlapo is the Vice Chancellor and Principal of the Cape Peninsula University of Technology, registered public higher institution in Cape Town, South Africa. His previous position was the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research, Technology and Innovation in Partnership at CPUT. Professor Nhlapo holds a BSc in Chemistry and Mathematics from University of Limpopo, as well as Masters in Science Chemistry from University of Limpopo, and PhD from University of Northwest. He also holds a HD from University of Limpopo. He has undertaken numerous postdoctoral training sessions in subject specification field, as well as in research management and technology transfer. He has trained, supervised, and lectured across South African higher education institutions, and has occupied a number of senior positions at higher education, science, and science council. He has presented numerous papers nationally and internationally, and is a well-known international research management field. He is a fellow of International Union of Pure and Applied Chemistry, and worked within the Commission of the Free State, University of Free State, before joining the National Research Foundation. At the NRF, at the NRF, he national and international strategic partnership. He led the development of strategic documents and guidelines strengthening higher education management and leadership capabilities by establishing research collaboration support and sustaining research collaborations. Some of these documents have become the blueprint of standard for research capacity and development at higher education. Prof. Nhlapo continued to participate in the international and national discourse with regard to the economic competitiveness of South Africa versus the developmental state, technology transfer and innovation in comparison with other OECD countries. As the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research and Innovation and Partnership at CPUT, Prof. Nhlapo initiated the research, technology and innovation portfolio through the development of the RTI blueprint and supporting the strategic documents and framework, thus setting up the groundwork for research at CPUT through focus on the research uptake. He was nominated by the Deputy Vice Chancellor, Research Forum, to serve on the Research and Innovation Strategic Group of the University of South African Forum. He is the past chair of the Cape Higher Education Consortium and was the acting Vice Chancellor of the CPUT before his appointment as the Vice Chancellor of CPUT. Prof. Nhlapo placed a strong emphasis on the strength of CPUT as the University of Technology, the opportunities presented by the 4th and the 5th Industrial Revolution in developing the youth of South Africa, and the important role of CPUT does this. Ladies and gentlemen, let's clap our hands together and join me to welcome Prof. Nhlapo.
Thank you very much, Program Director, for the very kind introduction. I do appreciate. My presentation is going to be very, very short. I've written a couple of notes, but I'm tempted to comment on the statement made earlier on by Mr. Jacobs, and I wanted to support him in that. And as an institution, we always look back with pride when we look at our own supporting the higher education sector. I think we can actually we can name so many names that we have seen them progressing and attaining the highest qualification, particularly coming from the domain of student affairs. So student life and the role played by student practitioners at this institution seem to be a melting pot for all the great leaders, and we do appreciate. I don't want to really drop names because there are so many, but my role is to appreciate that they use their time to study and further their studies, and of course, result in the benefit to the sector. Program Director, good morning to you all. Molweni. Molweni. That's much better. Goeiemorgen, dames en heren. Goeiemorgen. I will ex-Meromutu structure my talk this morning around 3 themes: students of the future, or the so-called digital natives, or digital immigrants. And I will also make a call for smart university, particularly addressing the question of a university in service to society. Thank you very much, President Sebake, and your entire National Executive Team for deciding to host the NASDEV Best Practice Summit, aptly themed, Conceptualizing the Future of Student Development in a Digital Transformation Era at the Cape Peninsula University of Technology. Professor Haysomer, and of course, Mr. Jacobs, officially welcome all the delegates, that is today and yesterday respectively, on behalf of the institution. Therefore, I stand on those established protocols. The summit comes at a very opportune time and moment, given the COVID-19 problems, or COVID-19 challenges, or COVID-19 opportunities, because it just depends on the perspective, because we know that every problem is an opportunity in disguise, so says Benjamin Franklin. This challenge that we had was actually a novelty of Society 5.0, which aptly described by the acronym VUCA, which is an acronym that stands for volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. We were actually in that particular space where there was no way to hide. But what is key, we have seen the socio-technological system holding. We have seen the acceleration of technology adoption. What was critical, though, was how we responded as a sector. There were those who were proposing for the closure of universities and schools to curb the spread of the virus. There were those who were proposing that everything must come to a standstill until after the pandemic. However, COVID-19 defied technology adoption theories and catalyzed speedy technology adoption. I'm acutely aware that even though higher education used digital pedagogy during the pandemic, adoption and maturity remains a challenge. There are crucial lessons learned and practices that must be retained by universities as we return to more normal operation and face-to-face classes. Program Director, I suspect that COVID-19 was a positive catalyst for the fourth industrial revolution technologies. It was a clarion call for social reform or social innovation towards a forward-looking society that breaks down the existing sense of stagnation. It was a clarion call for human-centered society that balances economic advancement with the resolution of social problems by a system that highly integrates cyberspace and physical space. It was an opportunity to reimagine the higher education. It was a call for optimal use of technological resources and a clear indicator that the world is connected. People are saying if you're talking about the world being connected, that's an understatement. We are actually saying that the world is hyper-connected. There is total interdependency and intercommunicability. It was an opportunity to innovate and make things smarter and better. It was a warning that technological solutions have gone into a warp speed, and we must embrace it. We all know that when we were told to move to this online, there was reluctance from so many sectors because there were people who were born even before the computer. Some of them could not even share the screens in meetings. But we know that today is easy. People are sharing screens, they are just conversing, it's easy. Here at CPUT, we have seen the same. There was an initial reluctance for online teaching and learning in the beginning. However, we pushed because our vision of one smart CPUT is buttressed by two dimensions of oneness and smartness in support of the smart university construct. I'll come back to that. We know as executive management that you are bound to have this particular problem at the beginning because that's the nature of a change. Because any change is very hard at the beginning and is messy in the middle, but it's gorgeous at the end. Now, at the end where we are, everyone, all the students, they wanted now this particular technology because of flexibilities. Even the lecturers, they're actually embracing it. That's the end. That's the nature of a change. A change followed what is called mathematically a sigmoidal curve. A change is sigmoidal. It's hard at the beginning, mess in the middle, where sometimes the middle people get lost, but it's gorgeous at the end. Program Director, change is growth. To improve is to change. To grow is to change. And we know that growth is the only evidence of life. We must actually have lust for growth. Let us then, Program Director, demystify digital transformation, or DX, as we call it. This is more than just migrating from paper records to paperless. It is more than adopting technologies to perform institutional operation faster, smarter, and more efficiently. It is rather a deep cultural shift. It is a series of deep and coordinated culture, workforce, and technology shifts that enable new educational and operating models and transform an institution's business model, strategic direction, and value proposition. Program Director, the Higher Education Act called for a response to the needs of the Republic and of the community served by the institution. I wanted to say a few words around this particular call embedded in the Higher Education Act, number 101 of 1997, as amended. is making this particular call for us to respond to the needs of the people of the Republic. And when you talk about the Republic, you are talking about the people. You are talking about the ownership of the institution. Sometimes there are debates around who owns the institutions, who own the public institution. But you know, it's our people. And that's, of course, what the President referred to earlier on, that the institution, even though they are microcosmos of society, but they must actually play the role in addressing some of the ills that we're seeing in society. Program Director, this is an injunction to the university in service to society. Secondly, the White Paper on Science and Technology of 1996 introduced a concept of national system of innovation, or others are saying the South African National System of Innovation. And if we can critically look at the role of higher education sector within the national system of innovation, it's very integral and central. There are other enablers, there are other actors, but the higher education is critical for the functioning of the national system of innovation. It's even much better now with the merging of the Department of then Science and Technology and now Science and Innovation and the Department of Higher Education, because that actually assists in terms of coherence within the national system of innovation. Program Director, this introduction of this construct of national system of innovation is actually an organizing framework to understand the institutional linkages across all the sectors, how the role players work together. And of course, we are calling it a system because there must be connectivity. Otherwise, if we can say there is no system, then of course, we cannot actually use the construct. Because from classical physics, if you are talking about system, there are boundaries, there are interaction, there are connectedness, and of course, the two actually work together. That's actually what the founders of the paper of the system, particularly from the Nordic countries, were having in mind when they were coming with the concept of the national system of innovation. Program Director, let me briefly talk about the people that we are meant to serve, the people that NASDEV is here about, around the students of the future. Public universities do not belong to us who are here now. As leaders, we must actually know that. Rather, we are the guardians of the institution for the future generations. We will leave behind a legacy far beyond our time here. The future students belong to the native digital generation, who are well exposed and will increasingly become more exposed to technologies and the knowledge economy, social platform, and the World Wide Web. Now, let me try to characterize these digital natives. They are more entrepreneurial, they are multitasking, they are hyper-aware of the world they are living in, they are more technologically savvy, and will require a deeper sense of connectedness and sharing, while being highly competent, working in a technology-driven economy and world. Therefore, as student practitioner and us as leaders, it is therefore important to realize that society, technology, and science are intertwined. We cannot talk about student development in the 21st century without leveraging on technology. This is the only way to satisfy the generation of students connected in a digital age to learn and maintain contact with outside world and thus be of service to society. Therefore, I'm actually calling for smart universities across South Africa, because these are universities that can better serve society. And what is a smart university? A smart university is a university that uses technological innovation within its organization to accomplish its mission. It focuses on improving its technological infrastructure for achieving its quality educational goals. A smart university successfully harnesses the potential of digital technology and the connected device and the use of digital networks to improve the people's lives through technology-embraced teaching, learning, research and innovation, and engagement. A smart university empowers society, which, of course, is exactly the reason why we are here. However, a smart university combines the smart thing with the smart me and the smart us. It's not only about the technology, it's about the people. It's about the integration of the soft and hard systems to address societal problems. However, it must be said that converting a traditional university into a smart university is complex. It requires the interaction of physical, human, and technological resources, and the planning of strategies that guarantee this transformation. Given this prognosis, I made a call for more smart universities in South Africa. The construct of smartness is not new. It is quickly becoming a fundamental requirement of how universities behave and who and what they set out to be, if they are to be of any service to society. Program director, within the smart universities, there are supposed to be smart campuses. There are supposed to be smart classrooms. And I wanted to say that someone will actually say, this is a very expensive proposition. But even if you are having the first generation of smart classroom, it will still be smart. Even if you are still having the second generation of smart classroom, it will still be smart. But what is important is the quality of service to the students or to the stakeholders. I see no reason why our universities and our campuses cannot be smart. Many modern smart devices, or even simple cell phones, have the power and the potential of computers and require only a fraction of the energy to operate. And we have seen universities starting to use text messages to reach out to students, but that's a fraction of service and the potential that these powerful devices that we are all having in our hands can do. And we are just scratching the surface. And I'm saying in classrooms, these should not be viewed as distractions, but must be used as powerful tools to enhance teaching and learning. Program director, universities need to incorporate smart technology to take advantage of their capability to transform their processes, their efficiencies, and drive new organizational model and to be of service to society. The technology adoption model refers to the theories and frameworks that explain why people accept and utilize modern technology. Technology adoption model answer the most basic question: why do people use the new technology? Technology has become an inevitable part of daily life. We've seen people now being conversant, even those who were born before the computer, around Google Meet, around Zoom meetings, around Microsoft Teams, proper background. In the past, when we were having meetings, you could see in people's rooms. Now people will have professional backgrounds with university colors and codes. That means that now we are going somewhere. We are saying that now the efficiencies, technology must actually improve the efficiencies of our operations. They have also generated virtual meetings, minutes, and submitted them using technological tools. Last, I think, colleagues, I would like to talk about university in service to society. And I will not describe this university that is in service to society, that is having all these smart devices, but I'll talk about a quote by Yusefu in 1972 that is still very much relevant. He's saying, I quote, "An African university must not only pursue knowledge for its own sake, but also for the amelioration of conditions of life and work of the ordinary men and women, and must be fully committed to active participation in the social transformation, economic modernization, and upgrading of the total human resource of the nation," close quote. This quote is still as relevant as it was in 1972. The information is the most important asset for organizations. And I'm actually saying the data that is resident at universities in terms of HEMIS must be at the heart of everything that universities do to be able to make assertive and well-informed decisions. You wanted to see in HEMIS offices, there must be data analysts so that the decision that can be made by universities can actually be sound and be assertive. In student affairs, you are sitting on massive data. And for you to be able to make decisions, it's important that you use your data and analyze it accordingly. There is evidence that a significant portion of jobs, including higher education jobs, will be redundant in the next 10 years, that at least 2 billion jobs could disappear by 2030. Now, it is therefore our task not to protect the jobs that will be made redundant by the technology, but ours is to protect our people by reskilling and upskilling them. This may sound controversial, but I always say if technology will destroy jobs, it is technology that will create jobs. At universities like ourselves, we used to have qualification on our program qualification mix, where we're talking about you can do an honors or a BTech in printing, because you wanted to be a manager of printers, you wanted to manage all the printers, etc., print management. That is gone. That is gone. So we cannot protect that. What is important, we have to protect our people by reskilling them and upskilling them. We have to remain competitive and relevant, and the University of the Future must focus on delivering a more personalized learner journey. They must also bridge the widening skills gap that exists between the education and an increasing competitive work market, that skills mismatch. We have in the digital transformation an opportunity to facilitate access to education for individuals from different social backgrounds. We have to provide state-of-the-art technology and services to enhance student learning and to foster curricular innovation. Evaluate and implement new technology to improve operational efficiency, administration, and governance. We have seen it's possible, give all students and faculties 24/7 access to high-speed internet. This is an oxygen, it's no more a luxury. You must see it at home, even in your own house, that if the Wi-Fi is not working, it's a problem. If there is no data, it's a problem. That means that this data has become the new oxygen. And we must actually ensure that we provide that to students if we are to be a smart university. Program Director, in conclusion, the novel era of Society 5.0 is upon us, accelerated by the Fourth Industrial Revolution. Big societal transformation of civilization of humanity is driven by 4IR, underpinned by techno-sociological systems. So smart universities and smart education are emerging and rapidly growing areas that represent an integration of smart and intelligent system and smart environments, smart technologies, and various branches of computer science and computer engineering that can be of assistance to universities to reach their operational efficiencies. In conclusion, as our university leaders, we play a vital role in readying students to become the new architects of this digital future. Therefore, we have no choice but to embrace and endorse digital transformation as a future. Ladies and gentlemen, the future is digital. Enkosi mawethu ndiyabulela. Badanki dameson here. Thank you very much.
Siyabulela, thank you very much, Professor Chris Ntlapo, for those thought-provoking contributions in addressing the question of digital transformation in the higher education space and how universities have got to respond to this. Siyabonga kakhulu, Prof, for challenging us, and I think I'm sitting there putting on my unionist cap, asking myself the question when you say we've got to start looking at protecting our people rather than protecting our jobs as technology advances. And I'm saying to myself, even in the student affairs space, are things that we are going to have to start grappling with, because COVID-19 provided opportunities where we engage with our students, did programs online, saw greater participation and so on. And in the future, that might be the order of the day. Our focus has not to be in protecting our jobs as much as possible, but how do we use technology in the space and embrace it with a view of shaping the future. Siyabonga kakhulu, Prof, and I think at this point in time, I don't want to ngimoshe kakhulu. I'm going to just take two comments. I'm going to open it up to the floor because I do know that as you are engaging with Prof's presentation, you might have comments, you might have questions, but because of time, you all know that we started behind schedule and we're chasing time. I'm just going to allow from the floor if there are any comments, reflections, perhaps questions to the Prof before we release him, that we have this. And I think we do have a roving mic. Anele, you will assist me with that. By show of hands, if there are any comments, reflections, or perhaps questions that we want to have. I do see one hand at the back, then the one hand also right in the middle. Anele, did you see the hands? Can you please once again raise the hands? So we've got the two hands. I didn't see your hand, Ndade Moeba, but because you are assisting me with the camera here, I'll give you Messi. So the other hand, Anele, just raise your hand, sir, right there, then Moema. So just quickly, 30 seconds to a minute, then let's go.
No, thanks, Nopala. Mine is a comment.
Sure.
I won't be long. Good morning to everyone. My name is Lukhanyo Dawit, the SG of South. I just want to appreciate the very comprehensive input, Nopala, particularly in relation to the digitization of the higher education in terms of how we should grapple with it as a sector. I think, Prof, you have articulated it very well. I so wish that majority of all the heads of the institutions were here so that they can understand that for us to be able to partake in the fourth and fifth industrial revolution, it's not only about the university staff members, but it's about everyone in the university. But to provide them with access, students with the data and everything, that's what will make us to be able to progress well in the technological industrialization. So I want to thank that, Prof, and I wish that you can share your presentation so that we can interact with it in all our levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, SG. Can we take the next year?
Thank you very much, Program Director. Prof, I heard when you highlighted that technology is viewed in a perspective that it is taking jobs instead of creating jobs. So I didn't catch much with the discussion with regard to this statement, because I want to understand in which way technology can be used to make a wiser decision with regard to creating more jobs other than taking jobs for people. And many, if not some, will view that technology will only favor a certain field of studies other than favoring all the field of studies, because one has to learn in this specific field of study in order to get a job that is specifically with technology. What I'm trying to say is that, for example, we know when it comes to technology, it's all about sciences and what do you, sciences and everything. But if you are coming from a different field of study, there's a certain things that you cannot do unless you are studying this specific course. Or thank you.
Thank you very much. Date Moema, before you, Anele, please can you just organize me a mic so that we can give to the VC on his seat.
No, thank you very much, Chair. And
yes,
is it fine?
Yeah, it's
okay,
fine.
thank you very much, Chair. And colleagues, Motlokhala Moema from the University of the Free State. I think, Chair, we should announce that so that we get to know each other a bit more.
Yeah.
Motlokhala Moema from the University of the Free State. Prof, thank you very much for the presentation. I want to ask, Prof, now we live in the most uneven society in the world, that being South Africa. This was also touched upon in yesterday's presentation. Now, as we're moving towards this digitalization with COVID hitting, the narrative, the common narrative is that our crop of students are technologically savvy. You know, they know their way around devices. But also the unevenness is also evident when it comes to institutions of higher learning. You get a student who arrives with a MacBook that's connected to the iPhone and connected to the smartwatch. And then you get a student from rural Eastern Cape where there's no network, or Mhlabaya Lingana where they struggle to access. They've never even used a computer before. Now, as we sort of speed up the process of moving towards smart universities, as you phrased it, Prof, how do we make sure that no students get left behind? Because there's a huge gap there. We, even in the process of trying to, what's the term when we're both digital and physical?
Hybrid.
As even in the process of trying to use hybrid models, firstly, as student affairs practitioners ourselves, we have first had to learn, and we've been working in the sector for a while. I mean, we touched computers many years ago, but we were exposed just to which degree we're still not informed. Now, in the process of catalyzing this process, Prof, how do we try to close the gap when society itself still has such a huge gap that exists? Thank you very much, Prof.
Thank you very much, colleagues, for the comments and the questions. I'll afford Prof the opportunity to respond. Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much, Program Director. The first question, which is around the job, I think we should actually state it this way. There is this false narrative that technology and the fourth industrial revolution, and even innovation itself, is only for the engineers, the natural scientists, and that is not the case. Innovation is a cross-cutter. and it's across any faculty. I know even here, you'll have situation where, because engineering happened to be the hotbed of innovation, then we are thinking that no, only great ideas are coming from engineering. And we are excluding people who are doing humanities and the others. That is not the case. If you realize what is actually happening across the world, in the past people used to talk about they wanted these graduates who are coming from STEM, science, technology, engineering, and mathematics, only. And these are people who are supposed to work in our communities. They don't understand the languages, they don't understand philosophy and everything else. But if you look at top universities across the globe, they are making sure that even students who are doing engineering, they must actually understand the language. I would love somebody who's graduating as an engineer as CPUT. If you are going to work in Makassar somewhere as an engineer fixing whatever, you should be able to communicate in the language. So that's the beauty of arts. And I'm happy, I can also tell you that we have moved from what is called STEM to STEAM. In the STEM, S-T-E-A-M, that A is art, because art is so important for people who are doing engineering. Because otherwise you have people who are thinking like machines, and that's basically what you don't want. So some provinces, for example, this province here, is not only talking about even STEAM, which is now a move from STEM to STEAM. They are also saying ours is STEMMEC, the Western Cape Education Department, because they are starting now to teach the young ones robotics and what you call now programming at a very, very early age. Coding. Coding is a language. And I can tell you small toddlers, they actually do coding. They play with these toys. If you give, it doesn't matter whether this is going to be an engineer, they understand that. And that's why they're talking about STEMMEC. That means that now it's science, engineering, but they also add agriculture, and that last C is coding. Because everyone can do coding, and they're doing it. In my small village, in the Free State, I can tell you that I was there in December and I was actually impressed when people were watching some of the soccer matches and doing the betting. And some of the things I could not actually do, and I was actually saying, teach me, how does you play this sport bet? They used to go up where there is actually a network and actually start playing with their phones. That's how they were making money.
Sure.
And I said, this thing is so complicated. I mean, can you teach me? And when you look at it, that's computer science. That's end-user computing. And I'm saying, our university, are we still going to teach end-user computing? If you find that with my sister with only grade 10, she can do almost everything. She can teach me a thing or two around sports bet, etc. But being that as it may, but I think we should actually deal with that narrative that technology is actually meant to improve efficiencies, but not to replace human beings. Because you need that particular relationship between the hard and the soft systems. There was also a question around technological divide. Indeed, as it was actually said earlier on, that we are a microcosmos of society. What the abject poverty that you are seeing out there, we are also seeing it on campus. But I think the state, I think the institution, and the community have a role to play in terms of bridging the digital divide, in terms of ensuring that now part and parcel of the so-called books that used to be hard book in the past, that we can actually make sure that now we can have e-books, we can have everything that is related to the computers. I'm actually just saying a well-spec computer, for example, universities can actually assist, ensure that say an I-5, for example, an I-5 will be actually good enough for students who are entering the system. And universities are doing that already. Some universities are doing that already.
Yeah.
There are others who are not doing it, I don't know. But the fact of the matter is, this is upon us. We don't have anywhere to hide. Yeah. If we are to train the workforce for the future, if we are to address the requirements of the future workplace, the workplace is actually going to change. Otherwise, we are going to train for people who are going to add numbers to the problem that you are seeing of unemployed graduate. We are going to increase that canyon of skills mismatch. But I think what is key is that we have to make sure that now we train our students, even the jobs that are not there now, that are still going to come. And we can actually do that as universities. That's why we are universities. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof, for those responses. Siyabulela kakhulu, colleagues, also for the comments and the reflections. Siyabonga kakhulu. I think at this point in time, can I please call Mojaki Motibi from the University of the Free State to come and offer up a token of appreciation to the VC. And the camera people can be ready.
Greetings, colleagues. I was given, I think it's not a small task. I always say appreciation is quite a big task. And just given this opportunity on behalf of NASDEV to just offer the token of appreciation to Prof for the presentation. I think that covers your three themes, which shows the integration of the student, the university, and society. And I think that will guide this summit for us to engage in better and more in terms of how we could contribute and what our role will be or should be within that process. So from my side, and also from NASDEF and colleagues that are here, this is just a token of appreciation to thank you and always to constantly avail yourself for NASDEF. Thank you very much, Prof.
Oh, good. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Siyabonga colleagues. At this point in time, we are gonna take a 15 minutes break. The next presentations are gonna be coming in soon, so we are gonna take a 15 minutes break. I'm gonna ask Anele to assist me to escort Prof Nhlapo outside. Then colleagues can also bakululek. Another just announcement, the restrooms are on the ground floor. So on this side, the males are there and there's marking, and then the females are on the side on the ground floor. Colleagues, can I please ask strictly 15 minutes, then we come back to plenary and then we commence with the second session. Thank you very much. Anele.
Okay. Okay. Can you hear me? Can you hear my voice? Okay. Excellent. Let's just test. I'm going to switch on my camera. Can you see me? Right. Okay. So I'm ready whenever you are ready. I'm on standby on this side. Thank you. Thank you.
I mean, I'm short, don't forget, yes. I'm short, very, very short. I'm training myself to be a pastor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce myself once again. My name is Philantla Joayo. I will be facilitating this session, not alone, together with you, because I depend on your cooperative. So I will plead that let's work together to ensure that the presentations becomes a great success for our own benefit. The presentations that we have now, there are only two, there are supposed to be three. Let me start with the apology. We want to apologize for Dr. Gugulethu Nqaba. He can't present anymore. Just spoke with him now. He is off sick, so he does not have, he's begging to speak. So it would be unfair to ask him to present online. So we will have two presentations from the Deputy President General, who's also the Dean of Students at Soplaji University, Nicole Morris, as well as Dr. Wal from University of Free State. So the two presentations will be presented via Zoom. So this is the procedure that would work. After each presentation, we will then take questions, but whosoever want to ask a question, it would be much more advisable to come to the podium, because we have to mute you so that they're able to speak. That's number one. Number two, we plead with all delegates to keep their tech so that we don't address each other with these names, Lorna, that guy, this one. We're able to call a proper name and to know each other, and also to identify or to distinguish between staff and students. So that is the plea from our side. You are ready to we can. Is it okay? I'm not the person of Zoom. Oh yes, I see. And hi, Doc, are you ready? Hallelujah.
Yes, I'm ready. Yes, I'm ready.
No, don't open the camera. He will open his own camera, then he can go and present.
Okay. Oh yes. Now we can see. Here we go. Good morning, Doc.
I'm doing well, thanks.
Thank you so much. We are ready for you. Welcome to the NASDEV Best Practice Summit. So now it's your turn for you to present. I'm handing over to you.
Okay, thank you so much. And thank you very much for the invitation to present. If you could just give me a minute that I can just quickly share my screen on this side to share my presentation. Just one moment. Is it visible on your side? Is it clear and visible?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. So I'll present on reimagining the co-curricular design in the context of technological advancement. And it's a pity, I would have loved to be there in person, but due to some personal challenges that was not possible. So just by way of introduction, this is who I am, and this is my family. On my left-hand side on the picture is my oldest son, Judah, and then our middle son's name is Joshua. Milka is our daughter, and that's my beautiful wife, Siobhan. So I'm going to talk today, just outlining the discussion points. I think it's crucial that we start with defining some key terms. It's no use to talk about technological advancement and the co-curricular and reimagining the co-curriculum if we don't know what we're talking about. So I would like to start with defining some key terms, then just an understanding of the co-curriculum design as it is conventionally conceptualized if we talk about reimagining co-curricular design, I think it's important that we first understand how to design the curriculum in a conventional way. And then there's sort of three movements that I would suggest on the reimagination of the co-curriculum in the light of technological advances. And if there's time, I would just end off with touching briefly on potential competency domains as we move forward in relation to the co-curriculum in the light of technological advancements. Right, so defining key terms, I would first of all like to define three key terms when we talk about technological advancement, and that is the difference between digitize, digitalize, and digitally transform institutions. So the first term, digitize, refers to taking conventional or converting rather analog or non-digital forms of information into digital forms of information. So that would typically be, in our example, taking attendance lists that we've done on paper or questionnaires that we handed out on paper, transforming that into digital versions of that to be able to optimize the processes thereof. So that's we digitize information. Then once we've got that set, then we digitalize processes or the way in which we work. So that is a strategy that goes beyond just converting analog or non-digital forms of information into digital representations. It goes beyond that. It touches on deeper core change in the way in which we do our work. So in our examples, it's not only, for instance, taking physical attendance lists on paper and translating that into digital forms, but it is maybe changing the way in which we track attendance, maybe through tags that we hand out to students and we scan that, or instead of physical paper questionnaires, we send out links on Eversys that can actually capture the information and then translating that into software systems like SPSS and so on. So that's, we digitalize processes. And then the much deeper step is that we then use all of that to digitally transform our institutions and our divisions of student affairs. So then we're really talking about establishing a drastic change. This is processes that are people-centered, it's backed by leadership decisions, and it's driven to really challenge organizational cultures. It touches on the fact that we've got an institutional mandate to leverage technologies to empower and to enable employees to use digital technologies to strategically build new competencies and new models in what we do in student affairs. So it's all about reshaping the strategic direction of student affairs and adding new value propositions. So working with our example of how we started, it's then really taking the data that you are generating digitally about performance and evaluating your events and using data and data analytics to truly understand student behavior, to maybe appoint the data analysts, and then to use AI, artificial intelligence, to help you as you continuously add to that database. Right, so I think those are three key terms that we need to understand. Then I would like to define the term co-curriculum in the light of comparing it to what is the curriculum and what is extracurricular activities. Oftentimes I pick up, especially in the student affairs environment, there's not a clear understanding of what the co-curriculum is, right? So the curriculum, very briefly, is refers to for each one of the categories, curriculum, co-curriculum, and illustrate this. The curriculum is a fixed course of study. So think of a course, an athletics course that the athlete must run, maybe a 1,500 meter, everybody knows. it's 3 3/4 times around the track, right? And that's a fixed course that the athlete must run to complete the 1,500 meters. In the similar way, in actual fact, the root word means course, and it refers to a running course that you must run and complete. And that's what the term curriculum means. There's a fixed course in the academics that the student must complete, the X number of modules that it must complete. The people that's accountable for that is the institution. The university takes responsibility for that. It happens in the class. I know there are service modules that happens outside the class, but predominantly the context is in the class. The assessment of the activities is formal in the sense that there's a clearly defined assessment criteria that's aligned with learning outcomes, and the recognition is also formal in the form of an academic transcript and a degree certificate. Now that is the curriculum. If we move to the co-curriculum, co literally means together with. So it is activities that we present as student affairs that runs together with the curriculum. So in that sense, it's important that we understand that the institution, in other words, we as student affairs divisions take responsibility for these curriculums. It can happen in the class, sometimes in partnership or in collaboration with faculties, but also out of the class in terms of co-curricular activities that we are presenting. The assessment, and this is crucial to understand, in the co-curriculum must be formal. We must have a formal set of assessment criteria that are clearly aligned with developmental outcomes. And this is oftentimes where things fall flat in student affairs, that we talk about the co-curriculum, but we don't have formally formulated and defined assessment criteria that are constructively aligned with the development of clear learning and developmental outcomes. And the recognition in terms of the co-curriculum is also formal. In some institutions, there's a co-curricular transcript like UCT, for instance, and maybe some other institutions. And there's also a formal certificate that the Division of Student Affairs or the institution then give for the completion or the participation in these co-curricular activities. So yet again, I'm taking time to define the terms because oftentimes there's confusion and ambiguity about what the co-curricular is actually all about. And then what is the extra curriculum? Extra literally means in addition to the curriculum. So those would be less formal activities, maybe activities that student affairs can take responsibility for, but also that students can take responsibility for. So it's less formal activities that run through our divisions. So the accountability lies then oftentimes with students or with the institution. The context is definitely out of the class. And the assessment, there's absolutely no assessment oftentimes taking place or non-formal assessment. And there's also oftentimes no formal recognition or rather non-formal recognition given in relation to the extra curriculum. So when we talk about reimagining the co-curriculum, we're talking about activities that we take responsibility for as student affairs that are in a sense formal. It's formally assessed and we give formal recognition to students, and it runs alongside the curriculum towards the holistic development of students, or the other word is graduate attributes development. Right, so those are key terms that I think that is crucial. The next section, I would like just to pause for a moment and talk about the conventional way how then to design co-curricular activities. It's no use to talk about reimagining the co-curricular in the light of technological advancements if we don't understand how the curricula should be actually created and designed in a conventional way, right? So the key term that's used both in the curricular context and the co-curricular context is the principle of constructive alignment. And we can have a 3-day workshop on this. This is, it's not easy to discuss this in a couple of minutes, but very concisely, constructive alignment means that you align exactly first of all, the outcomes of what students must be able to know, what they must be able to do, what they must be able to value at the end of your learning experience. And usually you would have sort of 3 to 5 core outcomes that you define before the time, right? Then on the far right-hand side, you then define your assessment criteria. To put it differently, so what evidence will indicate to you that your students have obtained these developmental outcomes? And oftentimes in constructive alignment, you use the same verbs than what you defined in defining the outcomes than in your assessment criteria. For instance, if you've got a peer mentor program and part of your training, your students must be able to explain what the role of a peer mentor is. That's your outcome. Your question that you will ask at the end, maybe in your focus group, is explain to me in your own words what is the role of the peer mentor, right? So there's exact alignment between the outcome and the assessment. And then your activity in the middle is then created and formulated in such a way that it then actually develop the skills and the knowledge and the attitudes that you want to develop. So this is what we call constructive alignment, and this principle applies both to curricular, that's the way they formulate curriculum, and modules and units in modules, but it's the same principle that must be applied in defining co-curricular activities. So you have to do that for each and every co-curricular activity in the Student Affairs Division. Step number 1. So constructive alignment, carefully define your outcomes and assessment criteria and align that with your experience for each and every co-curricular activity. Right, so that's step number 1. Step number 2, once you've done that, and I'm just talking about the conventional way, how to approach this holistically at the institution, the second phase would be then that you've got learning outcomes and assessment criteria defined in the curriculum, institutionally wide in each and every faculty, and then you've got all your co-curricular activities also constructively aligned in the student affairs sphere. So those are the two rectangles on the right-hand side of your screen. And what you then need to do, you need to go through a process of defining what is illustrated by the blue rectangle block on the left-hand side. You need to define the graduate attributes in terms of a framework that you want to develop holistically for your students, and then map your both your modules in the curricular sense and your co-curricular activities against the graduate attributes framework institutionally that you want to do, and so that you can have a clear institutional map of how you are developing graduate attributes holistically in the institution. So this is what's supposed to happen conventionally before we even start to talk about technology in terms of co-curricular development, matching that and bringing that alongside the curriculum in the institution and mapping that against the graduate attributes framework of what you want to develop in students holistically throughout the whole student experience. Now, a good tool to help you in this is the American Association of Colleges and Universities, the value rubrics. It's used by thousands of institutions across the globe, and I really think the value rubrics is a very good resource to help you with the institutional mapping of graduate attributes. So that's just then by way of explaining what should happen in any way by default in the conventional way to do the constructive alignment of co-curricular activities and to streamline that and bring that in institutionally alongside the curriculum and map that against graduate attributes. Now, if we then go on to answer the question, and that's actually the purpose of this presentation, and that is how to, in the light of technology, how do you use technology and the latest technology to help us in this whole process of defining co-curricular activities and mapping that institutionally alongside the curriculum against graduate attributes development. How can technology help us? How should we factor in technology in this whole process, and so on and so forth? And I broke that down into three movements. The first movement is what I think is once you've established the institutional framework in terms of graduate attributes, what you want to develop in your graduates as a university, you need to define the digital literacies, the digital skills, and the digital competencies that must be developed in all students in the whole student experience. Right now, there are a number of resources that you can use. So many frameworks that you can incorporate in your graduate attributes framework. But I think the first movement is to do that. Now, you'll see that I have used the three terms. I've used digital literacies, digital skills, and digital competencies. Now, in the literature, those three terms are oftentimes used interchangeably. Sometimes it's differentiated, but I just included it all. But the fact of the matter is you need to infuse that into your institutional graduate attributes framework. Movement number one, right? Then movement number two, to reimagine the co-curricular in the light of technological advancements, is that you have to define then within your existing curriculums in faculties and your co-curricular activities. First of all, you have to identify and strengthen existing initiatives, right? So that means that we move from the position that there are already things happening in your faculties, in your centers of teaching and learning, and in student affairs that are actually speaking to these digital literacy skills and competencies that you've identified. So the second movement is all about mapping what you have in the institution and strengthening what you have in this institution, because we are working in South Africa in a resource-strained environment. We can't reinvent the wheel continuously, and you have to map what you have against what you want to achieve in terms of the digital component in your graduate attributes framework. And once you've done that mapping exercise, that will indicate to you then what are the gaps in your system, and then you need to create institutionally new initiatives, that new co-curricular programs, or maybe in the curriculum, or maybe as a joint endeavor between yourselves and faculties, or between yourselves and the Centers for Teaching and Learning. But you then need to create new programs and projects that can actually speak to those gaps, that can speak to the development of the digital literacy skills and competencies that you have identified. Right, so that's movement number two. Then going on into movement number three, and once you've done that, once you've defined your graduate attributes in terms of digital literacy skills and competencies, you've done the mapping exercise of what is already existing in the environment and what gaps you need to fulfill. Once you've done those two components, you need to create then a map. You need to create a learning pathway for students, to tell students, right, before you arrive at university, you need to go there to do this online in order to develop these digital literacies and skills. So you need to create a learning pathway starting from before students arrive on campus, through their first year, their transition year to higher education, through the rest of their undergraduate studies, maybe from there in their transition to the world of work or to postgraduate studies. But you need to create that learning pathway, and then create nudge communication to nudge students at the right time to the right resources and the right developmental opportunities to actually develop that. Now, I have to say the learning pathway, mapping the learning pathway, is not only about students, it's also about staff. So running as an undercurrent in all of this, you need also to think about the staff competencies and professional development of your staff to actually help you in all of this. Right, so three movements, and then lastly, in reimagining the co-curricular design in the light of technological advancements, I think there are four main potential competency domains that you must look at in terms of developing graduate attributes. Right. So the first competency domain revolves around competency to use hardware, software, and your learning management systems like Moodle or Blackboard. So I think there's a group of competencies or digital literacies or skills, whatever term you might want to use, that revolve around how to use hardware, how to use sort of a laptop or a computer, how to use software like the MS Word, Excel, PowerPoint, and so on, and how to navigate on the learning management system. So that's the first category. The second category revolves around managing online presence in a safe way while also upholding personal well-being. And what I'm presenting you is not my own work. I derived that from excellent work that our Center for Teaching and Learning is currently doing. So I'm borrowing this slide, the information on this slide from them and the ongoing work, good work that they are doing. So, but the second category actually revolves around skills that we teach students, how to manage themselves online and not in a way that will not negatively impact their own well-being. I've spoken to our Center for Student Counseling and Development a week or two ago, and they start to indicate to us that they pick up more and more that one of the things that impact on the well-being of students is that they are hooked on Netflix, right? So they don't get enough sleep because they are binge watching on Netflix. And so we have to teach students how to manage themselves online and how to be safe, that their identity will not get stolen, and so on and so forth. The third category revolves around how to use online information, especially from an academic perspective. In other words, on input, elaboration, and output level. And what do I mean by that? On input level, how to search for information using the right search engines, using credible sources online, how to make meaning of that, how to analyze that, how to use that information to formulate an argument in terms of critical thinking and problem solving, and how to present that, whether it's in a PowerPoint presentation or whatever the case may be, an e-portfolio or whatever the case may be. So, but how to use online information. And then the last category is then all about how to use technology and technological advances, data and data analytics to design and innovate solutions in your specific academic field, right? So it's one thing of being able to manage yourself on social media. It's a different way how to use technology and technological advances to provide solutions to society, and that relates oftentimes to the Sustainable Development Goals, to some issues in society, but teaching students and giving them the necessary competencies, skills, and literacies to use technology in such a way that they can actually provide solutions to real problems of real people in society. So I think those are sort of the four broad categories, generically speaking, that we need to look at in developing graduate attributes in the light of digital skills, digital literacies, and digital competencies. And then lastly, of course, each specific academic domain will also have its own demands in that regard. Okay, so just to summarize, we started with defining some terms. Just some key terms that we have defined, especially what it means to digitize, to digitalize, and to digitally transform institutions. We looked at what does co-curriculum actually mean in comparison with the curriculum and the extracurricular activities. Then we spoke about the conventional way, how I believe we should create co-curricular activities. The principle of constructive alignment is crucial. And once you've done that for all your co-curricular activities, you need to factor that in institutionally by creating a graduate attributes framework and mapping your curricular activities with co-curricular modules against the graduate attributes framework. And then I suggested 3 movements how to reimagine co-curricular design in the light of technological advancements. The first movement would be to factor in digital skills, digital competencies, and digital literacies in your graduate attributes framework. The second movement is then to identify existing modules and existing co-curricular activities that actually speak to that, identify the gaps, and then address the gaps by creating new co-curricular activities. And then the third movement is then to map the journey for students throughout their whole student experience and how to develop themselves in these digital skills, digital literacies, and digital competencies. And then lastly, we ended off by speaking about some potential competency domains, which I think would be important considerations in factoring that into a framework for graduate attribute development. So thank you very much. That brings me to the end of my presentation. I had half an hour and I've got 3 minutes to spare, which might give us some time for questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Doc, for the wonderful presentation. Colleagues, I want to take hands for questions and clarity. As I know it's while you want to ask a question, please, I'll encourage you to come forth. Oh, it can work. All right, I'm noting hands. 1, 2. All right. Can I see? You know, when you get older, sometimes you don't see very well. Yes. All right. That's 1. According to that number, 2. It's only 2. 3. Yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes, that's what I said. Please come forward. Yes, come to the podium. Can I ask 1, 2, 3 to come to the podium? Thank you.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Busiso Mchunu. I'm from the Vaal University of Technology. What I've noticed, Doc, is that the movement to design or to adopt a formal curriculum has been quite slow. There could be various reasons for that. That could include lack of expertise and lack of collaboration between student development practitioners and the curriculum designers of institutions. So what I would like to know is what should we do as student development practitioners in order to ensure that practical steps now that we need to adopt in order to ensure that the core curriculum is formalized, instead of waiting until it's actually formalized, because that seems to be the fear that, as you have stated there, we seem to be in a state of waiting for the time when it's particularly formalized by institutions. But the question is, what can we do? Which are the simple steps that we can adopt as student development practitioners, even before it's formalized? Thank you.
So maybe I must take all 3 questions and then I can respond to all 3 of them. If that's fine with you, Program Director.
Okay. Oh, thanks, Doc. My name is Bundu Mnyaga from Nelson Mandela University. Doc, we've met before online as well. I've got a quick question, just before I forget it. Mine is based on, I hear the concept of redesigning, reimagining co-curricular record, but I want to ask a comment and a question at the same time. Maybe I'm abusing it, I don't know. In saying then, how do we then infuse the concept of systems thinking into the notion of co-curriculum redesign? Because we can talk about reimagining, but if you can't deal with the systematic notion of people's thinking, it sort of becomes as the previous speaker just asked a question, which is related to what I'm saying, sort of becomes a redundant exercise. So how do we then shape systems thinking in line with the reimagining? Thanks, Doc.
Good morning, Doc, and good morning, colleagues. My name is Nobuntu Khabaza from Walter Sisulu University. Doc, mine is partly comment and partly a question. I was saying to the program director that the next presenter who was supposed to present was going to assist us as practitioners to link your presentation to his presentation, and also that could assist the practitioners in taking a new direction or following up on the missing link in student development or student governance of creating leadership centers where we align our work and we professionalize our work with the new presentation that we are coming up with. Because what we are coming up with is very helpful. We were discussing this with our VC yesterday, when we talked about, I would say, professionalizing of student affairs, and also this co-curriculum within student affairs. But I think NASDEV and your office, I don't know whether in the next, what's this called? Best Practice Summit. They will organize you to come and train practitioners on the curriculum design so that we go back and we sort of professionalize our space in the student leadership trainings. That's my take, Prof. Doc.
Thank you very much, Program Director. Can I proceed to respond to the questions?
Yes, Doc, you can proceed.
Thank you very much, and indeed, three very good questions and very relevant questions. So thank you to each and everyone that took the liberty to pose these questions. I think they are very important and crucial to our work, what we do in student affairs. So the first question around, what can we do to establish, forward movement or a momentum in terms of formalizing the co-curricular? Of course, I think the context of each institution differs. What I have found and what I've seen, what is very effective is, first of all, you need to bring that into the one of the strategic objectives of the divisions of student affairs where you are working, but especially also in terms of the institution. And you have to find a way to link the formalization of the co-curricular programs, link that to superordinate goals of the institution, but you have to be clear about it. You have to define that as a distinct strategic objective. Then, of course, you have to establish accountability that level of accountability, maybe with your executive director or your dean of student affairs, and you have to put resources to that. Oftentimes we talk about the co-curriculum, but we don't put resources to that. And then it just falls flat. It remains talk, right? So you have to, it must be in your strategic documents. There must be accountability, and there must be resource allocation, both in terms of human resources and financial budget resources. So without that, I think those three components, you won't go anywhere, in my opinion. The next question revolves around systems thinking. And I think a very good question, because oftentimes we can design the programs, the co-curricular programs, but if it doesn't infiltrate the system and it's not relevant in terms of changing and impacting the system, then you're also not going anywhere. So I think a theory of change oftentimes is very helpful. You need to work with the emotions of people, advocacy, awareness, trainings, and so on. So I think in my experience, those things are very helpful. You have to couple to your co-curricular development, you have to have a theory of change and a strategic rollout document in that regard. And of course, I wish I could speak more about it, but there are different layers in the system. Higher education is a multidimensional contextual system, and you need to look at the different layers in the system, and there are different ways and strategies how to influence the different layers in the system. So you've got peer mentor groups or small socially cohesive student associations. You've got larger groups like residences or larger student associations, faculty organizations. You've got faculty boards and decision-making powers. You've got your student governance structures, and so on. And for each one of these systemic layers, you need to have a different approach. And that actually calls for another 3 to 5 hour workshop, how to address all of this in a systemic way. But you're absolutely right, you have to approach this in a systemic way. So thank you for highlighting that point. And then the last comment, I took note of the need and the importance. That's also my experience in working with other institutions. There's just a huge need currently to build capacity in terms of creating co-curricular activities in a meaningful way and in a way that can actually serve our students well. And I would be quite happy to engage in further conversations to see how one could make that a reality. So thank you very much, Program Director. Back to you.
Doc, thank you so much for the wonderful presentation. Indeed, it will go a long way to shape student affairs and also equip us as practitioners so that universities become the better place for everyone to study and to work. God bless you for the time that they've made for NASDEV and come and present. We thank you. Can now prepare the next presentation. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I have to log off. I've got another meeting now coming up, but yet again, thank you for the privilege to have been invited to present, and all the best with your program. I think you're doing wonderful work, and to my colleague, Ms. Morris, who's doing also a presentation, all the best to you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Doc. All right, no, thank you so much, comrades and compatriots and practitioners. I want to believe that the Deputy President General, she is ready. Nicole Morris, I need not to introduce her. She is well known by many from Wits University to University of Free State. Now she has joined Solplaatje University. She's also the member of the National Executive Committee as a Deputy President General. So she's going to present. DP, are you ready? We can't hear you, DP. Thanks. The platform is yours. DP, there's a problem with the sound. Yeah, we only hear you when you're greeting us, Deputy President. You know, these things sometimes they need sound engineers.
Audible now?
Oh yeah, we hear you now. Sure. Haibo. We can't hear you again, all right. Yeah, no, it's okay now.
Okay, what I'm gonna do is turn off my video, practitioner Kilani. Hopefully that will not interfere with the sound as we proceed this morning. So firstly, good morning and thank you for the platform. I'd like to formally recognize the President of NASDEV, Dr. Sebake. I'd also like to formally recognize the former President of NASDEV, Ms. Nobuntu Rabaza, as well as the former President before that, in fact, who's in attendance this morning, Dr. Gugu Kaba. I'd also formally like to recognize the members of the NEC, the host institution's leadership, and extend my gratitude to CPUT, as well as to the LOC. I'd like to acknowledge all members of NASDEF in attendance this morning, as well as visitors, and the SRC is in attendance this morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity, and I hope that we will not have connectivity issues this morning, given the challenges we face nationally. So colleagues, this morning, strange topic, but one of interest, and that is around how we digitally transform the practice of student development through predictive modeling within higher education. And so the first thing, of course, is understanding, what it is when we speak of digital technologies. And thank you, Dr. Val, for your presentation. I know he's left the platform, but Dr. Val I think has given us a good understanding around how we can use technology and what we currently have and integrate the two for data-driven praxis. And so this morning, I think I'm posing the question around how these digital technologies within higher education institutions can help us resolve the complex co-governance challenges we often find ourselves in. This often requires us to be adaptive in our student development praxis, and it requires us to really rethink and remodel what it is we give our student leaders when we speak of training, when we speak of support, when we speak of communication, education, networking, and of course, the multidisciplinary decision-making process that we at least hope we harness within our student leaders. And so globally, and we cannot have this presentation in isolation of the COVID-19 pandemic. And if we just reflect on the World Economic Forum's most recent publication, it's called for us to accelerate the need for change by rethinking the way we teach, by rethinking our online learning, by rethinking deployment, but also acknowledging the fact that there's a gap. And are we addressing that gap? I don't know. And so there is a rapid shift in labor markets and new opportunities for online learning, redeployment, and one of our biggest challenges in South Africa is the unemployment question. And so universities globally have been criticized for not producing graduates that are ready for the world of work. We've been criticized for producing graduates that are disconnected aloof. And globalization and the rapid advancements in technology have caused major job disruptions, as well as, of course, in the higher education space. And so we have a critical role to play outside of just making sure that the academic program continues, but we have a critical role to play in producing graduates that are still critical thinkers, global citizens that are able to contribute to the workforce and innovation for the future. And so higher education requires new educational models in addressing societal needs and producing graduates that can participate and engage in global futures and those global future economies. In addition to teaching, as I stated earlier on, we need to ensure that, you know, we play a part in setting the tone in what that blended approach looks like. We need to play a part in ensuring that universities foster human-centric skills that are aligned, of course, to the 7 intelligences. And so student affairs plays a critical role in harnessing these attributes and play an essential role in dealing with all the diverse and complex issues that we're presented with on the day-to-day. And so student development, and I'm speaking now to the student development practitioners in the audience, it's important that we recognize that we have a critical role to play in shaping graduates with social mobility, graduates that have skills for effective decision-making, lifelong learning, professional, and of course, we speak to the leadership development question. And then, of course, in the middle of all of this is the digital transformation factor. And at times we get tongue twisted in trying to define this. And I've taken the liberty this morning of using one particular explanation, and that is the process of exploiting digital technologies and supporting capabilities to create a robust new digital model. Now, I'm not saying I want to create humans, colleagues, no. It's not what I'm doing. But what I'm saying is, how can we use the technology at our disposal to try and manage our environments a lot more effectively? And so, questions I posed this morning is, how has digital technology shaped student development practices in selected South African universities in the past 2 years? How have South African student affairs professionals utilized the digital technologies in delivering and evaluating leadership training and leadership development interventions? And how have South African student affairs professionals promoted digital technology adoption in student affairs daily operations and professional development practices? And then how can digital technology be used to predict student leadership behavior? And thank you to NASDEV for really lifting this particular topic at this year's Best Practice Summit, because this is the space we're in, and if one does not become more responsive and agile in being an active player in this space, one will get left behind. And so these are some of the pertinent questions that I've been asking myself, and I'm posing to colleagues in the room today. And for the longest time, if we recall, we've all heard the 4IR buzzword, and we all got tired of the 4IR buzzword. But the reality is that the 4IR buzzword was there prior to COVID. And we, as institutions of higher learning, I'm not too sure how intentional we were in fully embracing 4IR in developing this Education 4.0, which is now a buzzword. Another buzzword that we're familiar with is student success. So we've all participated.
DP, we lost you again. SG. You are calling her. Yeah. Mm. Colleagues, we apologize for the inconvenience. Practitioner Nicole, she will try to reconnect. Can you just give her a few minutes now? Thank you. Colleagues, can you plead with you to sign the attendance register? Once you are done signing the attendance register, you can give it to the SG or myself or Dalsy. Thank you. DP, are you with us?
Yes, I am with you. Am I audible?
You are audible, but we can't see your presentation.
Okay. Apologies as we embrace technology.
Yeah, now.
Sometimes
No, thank you. You can proceed.
find ourselves here. Thank you so much. And apologies for that, colleague.
No, apology accepted.
Colleagues, I think in the Western Cape in real time. Apologies for that. So around the buzzwords, and back to the buzzwords, I think it's around the whole notion of student success and how, as practitioners, we integrate the two. And there's a lot of literature around student success and how student success is measured. But I think the biggest criticism around the student success measurement at the moment is it looks specifically at your completion of the degree. And as student affairs practitioners, I think our area of focus is around the student engagement process. And unfortunately, colleagues, there's a lack of recent literature when we speak of student engagement. And student engagement only explains a small part of learning at the moment by focusing on the risks and not the bigger picture of the common pragmatic practice in South African institutions of higher learning, or the more mainstream conceptions of the student engagement practice in its entirety. And I know that's a mouthful of what I just said, so to break it down, what we're saying is that student success has emerged out of many academic debates, right, the nomenclature, etc. However, unfortunately or fortunately, when we look at that in relation to student engagement, and only in more recent years has it been linked to it, students do not only define success as the attainment of the academic qualification, but also define success in a more nuanced manner, in that it means what was their personal experience like, their lived experiences, their personal circumstances. And in terms of that particular literature or research, there hasn't been much done in that particular area. And through the application of what we commonly do, when we speak of student engagement, the traditional strategies of student engagement focused on unlocking those wicked problems that we often confronted with. And one that we're all familiar with, of course, is around free education, poverty, inequality, etc. Student engagement has received much criticism from a variety of authors, stemming from the meaning of the term to actually how engagement can be measured and how to measure the success of actual student engagement. And the lack of literature indicates that the term is actually under-theorized. So I'm just putting it out there for colleagues to think about for your own research. And some scholars argue that student engagement only explains a small part of learning by focusing on the risks and not the bigger picture, which is unfortunately common practice in South Africa. And so over the years, the integration of learning management by faculties has kicked off, and I think we're all familiar with this in our various institutions that have really integrated technology in their systems and processes. But when we look at it from a student affairs lens, student affairs administrators have only begun to unlock the potential of digital technology. And as Dr. Val indicated earlier on in his presentation, this has come out, we've seen, when we look at our co-curricular program planning. But the question is that integrated to the student engagement process? And that's a question I posed to you this morning. And so what we cannot ignore is that in South Africa, and I'll bring this closer to home, the adoption of digital technology has not been as fast as first world countries have moved when we speak of digital technology. COVID forced us to do it, but the question, of course, is, are we doing it in student affairs? Now, the benefits of digital technology, and if we were to adopt digital technology in our strategies, especially around student development and leadership, is it will be able to afford us the opportunity to make simple, but also assemble and receive simple and quick information. And I emphasize simple because technology is very clear. If we were to use, for example, the algorithms we get from a Twitter feed, or if we were to able to watch our social media trends, we are able to receive what the challenge is in real time in a how do I put it? Because often information comes to us through a third person or through a fourth person within student affairs. And if we were to really use what we get through the algorithm in real time, we get unfiltered information from students. What it also does is if we adopt technologies, it creates spaces for community interactions, and it increases reach and impact. And we actually do also have a role to play in reducing that carbon footprint. But we cannot do this in isolation of the cultural shift. And so when we speak of the cultural shift is, you know, we diverse, we all complex, our universities are different. And we cannot say a one size fits all because the technological infrastructure that you would find in Pretoria is very different to the technological infrastructure you would find in the Northern Cape. And so we cannot look at it in isolation of that. But we also cannot look at it in isolation of the shift that we're taking nationally. And so these cultural, diverse, and complex hubs of societies forces universities, policymakers, and governments to rethink its strategies and its focus, and thus making the work of student affairs practitioners more challenging. The issues and concerns raised, as I've stated earlier on, from socioeconomic factors, age, gender, and other social variables. And so the complex nature of university environments creates that challenge for us. And so in preparing students for leadership post-tertiary education or outside of the classroom, it's important that students are once again, going back to my second slide, are able to think critically, reflect, and consider complex issues from varied perspectives. And some researchers have actually suggested that many students lack confidence, interpersonal skills, and the ability to effectively share ideas, both verbally and non-verbally, because students, on the other hand, have embraced technology. But if we go to 4.0, the multicultural and complex settings of universities requires transitioning of all education systems in Education 4.0, in reviving those pathways to social mobility, improving productivity, and enhancing social cohesion at the end of the day. And so how student affairs divisions are structured will make an enormous difference to the overall purpose. But of course, the existing organizational cultures that we find within universities, it's that it generally operates in silos. And so as such, the work of ICT, as such, digital transformation becomes even more important because it affords us the opportunity to integrate our systems. Earlier on, there was a question posed around system thinking, and system thinking is critical when we speak of technology adoption. And so the integrated system should focus on the resources of the primary goal of higher education, student personal development and education that will require a full organizational approach in achieving the mission. And so, unfortunately or fortunately, I don't know, I'm just throwing it out there, there is limited research on the competencies required by student affairs professionals, and this came out again in the NASPA study that was done quite recently. And from that study, in fact, just an interesting stat, from the 1,200 new professionals that graduated from student affairs programs, only 14 out of 28 different skills and competencies were drawn from student affairs literature. So what this reveals then is that there is a deficit when it comes to student affairs, our use of technology, and how we integrate that technology into our systems. And so just to lift then, you know, the question is then around predictive modeling. But before I get predictive modeling, it's important that we understand what the numbers are, what the stats are saying, the fact that we're still very, very silo-driven, and the fact that there is a deficiency in what we're doing and how we're doing it. And of course, the need for us to rethink our legal knowledge, for us rethink our technological competencies, a need for us to rethink how we use the technology and our institution and our campus politics to enable us to use technology for the purpose of predictive modeling. Now, predictive modeling's sole purpose is to create a model that predicts the values, and more specifically, in looking at the research that I'm currently working on, predicts student leadership behavior using new data based on observation. And so predictive modeling assumes that a set of known data can be used to predict. Earlier on, I made mention of algorithms via social media, but there are many, there's a lot of data. We're in an era of big data. And so because we're in the era of big data, we've got a lot of data that we can use. And of course, when we have data, we work with the variables, and that data set then allows us to really drill down and use that to predict behavior. Now, predictive modeling is distinct from explanatory modeling, in that predictive modeling is with the application of the model to future events, whereas explanatory modeling does not. So currently what we've got is we've got a lot of data that we use to inform us in terms of how we develop a program. But are we using the data at our disposal to make decisions in real time? I guess is the question I'm posing. And so higher education through predictive modeling could, and I'm hoping, I'm not there yet, I have to put it out there, I have to put it out there, will enable one to work with larger action-orientated educational policy in a technological context, where institutions are able to use models to react to student leadership developments in real time. Predictive modeling to student leaders will provide insight into student leadership behavior and what is possible and what possible intervention strategies need to be employed to possibly mitigate risk. So we all discuss risk, but are we using the data that we have on hand daily to address that risk in real time and to predict future risk is the question. And so through predictive modeling, we should be able to then mitigate risk through intervention or at least remedial strategies. And so I've left out a bit of information on systems thinking because you cannot do this in isolation of systems thinking, and systems thinking is critical. However, digital technologies in student affairs does have the opportunity to digitally transform and innovate new practices for student leadership development success. In the absence of predictive modeling in institutions of higher learning, it makes it very difficult for one to measure impact technically, success technically, because currently when we look at success only in the form of your graduation, retention versus attrition. And what we're saying here, or what I'm saying here this morning, is that is not what a graduate defines as the only measure of success. Success is also the experience. And so for us, we have a critical role to play in that experience. And of course, that means looking at, you know, is the environment, we often get posed this question, are we stable, you know? Are we on track with the academic calendar? And I think the biggest question that they're actually being asked, but in not so many words, is, you know, is there a chance of possible disruption? And disruption occurs when we don't address the real needs. And what we're saying is, through digital technology, how are we able to track these real needs in real time, address it in real time, and possibly predict how students will behave to the challenges that we identify in real time. So DSG, I'm gonna stop here because I'm aware that I took up quite a bit of time with my technological challenge. And if there's time, through you, of course, Chair, we can take a question or two. Thank you.
Sharp. Sharp. No, thank you so much, the Deputy President, for the wonderful and thoughtful presentation. Let me rest assured delegates that both presentations or all presentations will be made available to all delegates, and we will adjust the attendance register for tomorrow so that we can have the email addresses of all people who have attended the Best Practice Summit in order for us to send the presentations to you. Having said so, allow me to take hands for clarity seeking and comments, and I will encourage anyone who wants to ask a question to come forth. Thank you. As I note hands. One, please come forth. Two, sure. Two. It's only two. Thank you.
No, greetings to everyone who's present today. And also, one must extend greetings to the Deputy President, and also appreciate the lovely presentation. From where I'm standing, I think I've been covered by her in terms of how she articulated her presentation and also outlined the concerns regarding the digital transformation and technology. But also one to add, before I add, my name is Gift Pewa, the chairperson of Howard College at UKZN, University of KwaZulu-Natal. My concern really touches the state of readiness. Because we are here today, we were forced to study online. We were forced, comrades and colleagues, by the pandemic. So now, how I analyze things is to say, is it possible to take a break? Let us calm down. Do a proper research regarding this transformation or online learning, whatever terms that they use today. Because in these 2 or 3 years that we have used the approach of learning online or studying online, it has given us issues after issues. Because today, we are not even sure on how are we going to, if we are producing quality students. I can't have a doctor there, as the Deputy President, the medical student. It does not make any sense to have a student, a medical student who studies online. It compromises our quality of students that we produce. Hence, I'm posing a question or a concern of a state of readiness. You see, before it's impossible to transform the digital approach of Ufunda, whereas the students themselves, they are not being introduced properly. We are talking about students, especially at UKZN, even in all institutions of higher learning. We attract quintile 1 students who has never seen a computer before, and the university or those institutions, they acknowledge that. already we are transforming the digital and also technological aspects of learning. Yet we have a student there who was taught in maths in isiZulu or isiXhosa, who was who comes in a disadvantaged background. So Deputy President here outlined all the challenges that we are faced with, the concerns and looming problems that we'll have going forward. So, colleagues, I'm just worried. As much as we will focus on transforming something, and yet students are left behind. Because this transformation does not cater the students that we deal with every day in our campuses. So how are we going to make sure that no one is left behind, and also how Deputy President, we make sure that we do not compromise the quality of our students? Thank you.
DSG, is there another question?
Yeah. Thank you very much, DP, and everyone present here today, all protocol observed. The previous comrade here was asking much about academic, and now I want to comment about from a student governance point of view. I'm from University of Venda. My name is Andisan. DP, the issue of digitalization is very much important. And we knew that at some point we will arrive at this point, but we never thought that it would be this quick. So circumstances of COVID forced us to be here where we are today very quick. But my issue is that we as the student affairs or as the student governance, our primary aim or primary role is to deal with the students when they are angry, dirty, and hungry. So when the university is unable to provide data or online learning, stable online learning, we are the first line of defense. The VC will call the director, the dean, then the dean will want a report from us. So from our side, I will speak about the elections, which is at the center of what we do. Some institutions are, like for instance, in our university, we were unable to run election for the past 3 years, simply because we did not have any facility in place to conduct online elections. But there are universities which have been doing these things for quite too long. So I would want us to sit in a place or in a space where we extend a hand. VET is able to do online elections. Univen is not able to do it. So I would like us to sit in a hall where we extend a hand on how best are we doing these things. So I propose that we have that kind of environment, not only when we meet once a year. When we have challenges at Univen, I can exchange notes with another one from VUT. When the VUT has problem, they can relate with another one from University of Limpopo. That is the referral part, so that we have a very good working relationship as members of this association. And all this we can do without invoicing each other. Thank you very much.
Yes, no, TP, thanks. You can respond if you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, DSG. And thank you very much for the comments as well as the questions. And I'll combine them in my response. So firstly, I think we're in a very fortunate position in that we're sitting here today and we're actually having this best practice summit that looks at student development in the era of digital transformation. I think that places us at a very good position. Why? Because when I look at the program and I look at the speakers, the caliber of the speakers, but also the experience of the speakers, for example, even if I just look at Mr. Tobile Thomas from KDBS Consulting, the relationships in higher education institutions. I also know that this gentleman comes with vast knowledge and experience in terms of implementing online elections in environments that might not have the infrastructural support and readiness for the implementation thereof. But also, I see a number of colleagues, even Mr. Ntakeni, Mr. Ngonumbane, even when I look at all, I think you're in a really, really good position to have the questions posed by the last speaker, especially around student governance, around digitization of student governance and sharing best practice in that regard. But I do welcome the suggestion, the recommendation around how we can have more conversations around how we can share best practice without an invoice in helping our colleagues in other institutions who have had I wouldn't say a challenge, but I would say who have not necessarily found the expression to fully implement online SRC elections. And I do know that colleagues in the room will be able to assist with that. Then the question posed by the first speaker around the state of readiness. And I'm not too sure, Dr. Sebake, is Dr. Sebake on the program, but I do know Dr. Sebake, in fact, is working on this, and a number of us are looking at this because as student affairs, we at the coal face of it. So it's one thing us saying you must learn online, but we're at the coal face of knowing you don't have the infrastructure, you don't have the data. And we're at the coal face of knowing that geographically, within our own town planning as a country, some are more privileged than others. And it's a difficult conversation that we need to have, but it's a conversation we need to have. And that is why the timing of this conference is so apt. And you are correct in asking, are we just continuing with learning or are we producing quality learners? And one of the most recent conversations I had with corporate partners quite recently was their concern around the graduates who are coming out now and the high marks, because they've noted that the marks of students have increased exponentially and we've got more graduates out of the system, but are they the best quality doctors, etc., because they've had to do this online. The pandemic has, it did catch us all by surprise. I don't think anybody was ready, but institutions, of course, had a responsibility to save the year. And so are we producing quality students is a question that we're now asking ourselves.
It looked like we lost her again. Apologies. I'm checking. Was stuck somewhere. Yeah, call it.
Colleagues at other universities can share more insight on that. You know, no student left behind, I think, was a national decision, and some, of course, were a lot more resourced than others, and it did affect the environment. But I'm aware that I've got connectivity issues, so I think I'm going to pause here but I will ask members of the NEC to pick up this conversation in the plenaries that's scheduled. But I think it's a conversation that we need to continue because this doesn't stop here. DSG, I'm gonna stop because I'm getting calls from members of the NEC indicating connectivity issues. Thank you.
So much. Sasiziphule la. Hey, sasiziphule. Sasiziphule, yabona. It's fine. And I'm short, you see. This thing is for tall people, very tall. Thank you so much, Practitioner Kyol, for the great presentation. Once again, let us assure all delegates you'll receive copies of all the presentations from the NEC. The Secretariat is working on that. We're going to break for lunch. As we break for lunch, one announcement, we'll plead with institutions that did not receive their regalia. Please sort the issues with the Treasurer General and go to the registration table so that everything that relates to regalia is sorted out. SG, I want to believe we are coming back exactly at 2. If I'm correct. It's 1:30. 1:10. Yes, we are coming back at 2, colleagues. I will hand over to Tabi Sombewa when you come back. Thank you so much.
Colleagues, let's settle down. Let's request our colleagues from those outside to come in. If we're in a Congress Nobel, I would say head of delegates, where are your members? So I'm not in a Congress, I can't say. I'll just say, oh no, he's here, okay. Yeah, actually, I was looking for you. I know you are. It's not simple to facilitate after lunch. Yeah, I know it's after lunch. It's half a day. People have just eaten. They're looking towards the end of the day and they're tired. But okay, it's 16 past 3. We're 16 minutes behind in terms of what we have agreed, but we'll catch up. Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Thabiso Mbewe. I'm from TUT, Tshwane University of Technology. I'm the one who will be facilitating this session after lunch. If you can just check your program. We just made a slight change. We're supposed to be having a presentation by SASAP SG, but then we're going to switch them. We're going to first have Mr. Bukala from VUT, then we're going to have Mr. Pura after that. So it's just that small change, then from there, everything goes as planned. But if there are any changes, we'll indicate. Mr. Bukala, are you ready, sir? You can never be. Thank you. Thank you very much. Oh, okay. Yes. Okay. I think it swapped itself. It's showing you what I'm supposed to be seeing. There we go. All right. Good afternoon, colleagues, and welcome back from lunch. I hope that my talk will be interesting enough. I understand that everybody has eaten, and if anybody feels the need to take a nap during the presentation, I won't feel offended. You can proceed. I will try and get through this presentation as quickly as I possibly can in order to respect time. However, I just want to unpack before I do my introductions that my presentation will likely be twofold. Firstly, what I'm going to do is present the presentation that you see in front of you now and to interact with you based on that. And then after that, should time allow, I would like to then explore a case study from my own institution, the Vaal University of Technology, where we employed some of these technological platforms that are available in order to get through a change management process that we were actually busy with at the institution. So you'll forgive me if I run a bit through the presentation. It's so that if we do have enough opportunity, I can then go through the case study. President of the National Association for Student Development Practitioners, delegates of the NASDEV Best Practice Conference, members of the CPUT community, and all colleagues joining us here and online. Thank you very much for this opportunity to present to you today. I hope that we will learn well together. My presentation is going to be very brief, very basic. It's going to be based on 4 different areas that I'll talk to. There'll be my introduction. My introduction will be a bit extensive in that I will be problematizing and trying to define what I regard as student representation and student governance. I've avoided as much as possible using the term student governance in my presentation. You'll understand why as I proceed with the presentation. I will engage on the role of student practitioners in a digitized world. This will be a brief just engagement on what we can do to prepare ourselves, and perhaps what we should be thinking about doing as practitioners. Then I will speak to the role of technology in expanding the footprint of student representation, where I will basically look at technological advances that are available, that are coming, and how those might assist us, and also maybe just problematize basically where we find ourselves currently. And finally, I will conclude with maybe 1 or 2 recommendations that we might be able to proceed with. So in order to start, colleagues, in defining student representation, I'm looking at defining student governance representation. I think because of my own background, I took a legal interpretation route in trying to define this, in that I wanted to go into the legislation in order to understand what is it exactly that our legislature was intending at the time of, including in the Higher Education Act that a Student Representative Council should be established and how it should in fact be established. Defining student governance and representation requires an exploration of the legislative intention that was in place when the Higher Education Act officially recognized student representative councils within the Higher Education Act. South African law favors a contextual approach to legal interpretation. This position was solidified in the case of Natal Municipality Pension Fund versus Ndumeni Municipality, where the court explicitly stated that the approach to interpretation should consider the text as well as the context in which the text was developed in interpreting the legal documents. In interpreting the intention of the legislature in the promulgation of the Higher Education Act, I will refer to the Higher Education White Paper 3, which provides the following statements and commitments. We all remember that in 1996, 97, White Paper 3 came out. It was a program for transformation in higher education. It gave us a basic roadmap for transformation in higher education and informed a lot of the provisions that actually contained in the Higher Education Act. Paragraph 2.37 states that government favors an integrated and coordinated higher education system. And as an affirmation of continued institutional autonomy, which was a major thing during the apartheid era, the white paper affirms that the above is not a request for uniformity. So they set in place a guideline that says they are favoring this integrated and coordinated higher education system, which means in how we function broadly, it ought to make sense. We all ought to understand that, okay, in a higher education system, when we're talking about student representation, this is what we mean. However, within the institution, each institution can determine how their SRCs or how their student representatives are actually selected, elected, or put into office. 3.4 emphasizes the importance of cooperatively working together in order to ensure the success of the overall higher education system. I'm going somewhere with this, colleagues, just bear with me. 3.6 states unequivocally that the system of cooperative governance is the officially adopted system within our South African higher education system. The reason I explicitly indicate this and I place it on its own slide, colleagues, is because as practitioners, we know that we often grapple and engage on what is termed as co-governance, a term that is obviously not reflected anywhere within the Higher Education Act and is in direct opposition with what the Higher Education Act states. You'll note that the Higher Education Act says that the council of a university is the governing structure of the university. And it only requires the council of a university to consult on certain matters, and then there are certain matters where there must be concurrence with Senate, especially with matters pertaining to academic changes, academic programs, and the likes. So that's the only time where council has to agree with someone that something is actually going to take place at a governance level within higher education institutions. Institutions are therefore bound to the system with the understanding that effective implementation, therefore, will be based on each institution's own needs and prevailing realities. So the Higher Education Act imposing on us a cooperative governance system does not do away with institutional autonomy. It simply gives us a guideline for how governance within institutions of higher learning should work, function, and operate. Defining student representation. The Higher Education Act also, as amended in Section 13, states that the establishment and composition, manner of election, term of office, functions, privilege of students' representative councils of a public higher education institution must be determined by the institutional statute and the institutional rules. This is a further affirmation of the principle of institutional autonomy, and then interpreted in context provides for a participation of the mentioned structure within a system of cooperative governance. Again, colleagues, I'm relating back to student representation as a role player within the system of governance in higher education. Not necessarily as a structure, not necessarily as what some papers and some documents might refer to as the highest decision-making body in student governance, while also failing at the same time to define what student governance is in those papers. This is a further, okay, I've already done that part. The DHET guidelines on good governance state that governance within a university follows a bicameral system in which primary responsibility is shared between members of council acting in the public interest, as well as Senate, which is entrusted with academic matters. The guidelines provide an outline of the role observed by SRCs as participating in institutional decision-making structures, advising and supporting the delivery of effective and efficient student support services. This would be the provisions that refer to the Student Services Council, managing and administering student representation at different levels, advising on the development of academic programs and student learning experiences, and participating in development and implementation of institutional and national policies on higher education. So this is the guideline on good governance that is basically expanding on what the Higher Education Act already states with respect to the role of the SRC within higher education institutions. The guideline provides an overarching understanding of the role of SRC that SRC play in higher education. The deferment of method of establishment and composition, manner of election, term of office, functions and privileges to individual institutions presents a challenge, as there does not exist a common understanding of what the structure should look like and how it should operate. You'll understand that the way higher education currently works, we find ourselves in a position very often where we are fixing. You know, we have systems that we have seen and we have systems that are in place, and whenever we realize that the system is actually not working, what we do is we move to look at how we can fix it. We don't necessarily sit down and determine or try and discuss whether or not what is there is actually fit for purpose and is actually the correct system. The reason I did that entire background was so that I could begin to engage with the understanding that Higher Education Act does not tell us this is what the structure must look like. It is us who decide what the structure must look like. And very often the structure looks that way because many of us come from these student leadership structures. And as we come into, employment as practitioners, we remember that which we operated within, and that is the system we either want to work to improve or we want to work to make sure that it actually works. Now, Higher Education Act does not say that that is what we're supposed to actually be doing. By implication, institutions are finding themselves grappling with what has always been in place, with a prolonged battle that seeks to fix issues created by the current understanding of the structure. Technology has provided opportunities of engagement and information sharing that did not exist at the development of the Higher Education Act. Institutions of higher learning are no longer bound by the borders of their institutions in grappling with issues that have impeded their ability to create expanded systems of student representations within their institutions. Digital archiving software that is readily available and can be used to ensure continuity in development engagements, continuity of ideas would therefore no longer be people dependent. Currently, some institutions, not all institutions, struggle because as soon as a high-level manager or as soon as somebody who was in charge of the space leaves the space, they leave with a lot of institutional knowledge. And when they leave with institutional knowledge, those who remain behind are left grappling with how can we make this thing work? And very often the solutions come from their own personal experience, again, and how they felt that things should have worked when they were still in office. Practitioners, English. Hey, it's not ours, this thing. I even wore a dashiki today to show Rai. Practitioners should pursue the cause of defining student representation within the real context of higher education in South Africa. This is the first step in us starting a process of digital innovation, as well as the pursuit of appropriate digital solutions to meet the identified needs, identified elements of student representation. So I want to repeat and emphasize this point, colleagues. We need to contextualize higher education as it is and as it is going to be. After we have done that for ourselves as practitioners, and we have come to an understanding as practitioners, it is only then that we would be able to determine and begin to discuss what the appropriate system of student representation would be. And it is there that we can begin to use technological advances and innovative tools that are available to us in order to enhance how this system actually works. Coding should be introduced as a developmental tool for student affairs practitioners across the sector. Colleagues, I don't say this lightly. I say this because as we are moving towards the digitized world, colleagues, it's going to move, and this is me speaking to the future state. I know a number of speakers have been up and they've indicated that, we understand where we are currently. We understand the struggles where we are currently. Our students don't have access to fiber. They don't have access to high-speed broadband. They don't have access to devices. They don't have access to the means to participate in these processes. So what I'm speaking to is a future state. As we understand, technology is so quickly evolving that the issues that we thought were impossible 5 years ago are standard practice now. As the VC indicated, it has become like breathing oxygen. Internet has become like breathing oxygen. 5 years ago, obtaining data was a struggle. Buying data as a university for students 5 years ago was a struggle. It's no longer a struggle now. It's a given that if students are to participate, you must buy airtime, you must buy data for them. Getting fiber directly to your home 10 years ago was unthought of, unheard of. I don't even know if fiber was a thing 10 years ago. Do you understand? So, but today, there's trenching that is happening, not only in the suburbs, but in the townships, and a few years down the line, we might see trenching for fiber actually taking place, even in villages and the like. So we should not stay with the understanding that what is currently is always going to be, because technology is ever evolving. And as technology evolves more and more, it becomes cheaper to access and it becomes easier to access. There are a lot more of us now who have iPhones than those people who would have had iPhones 5-6 years ago. That's because now an iPhone can be obtained at a cheaper rate and can last you longer and can work longer for you as a device. The role of technology in expanding the footprint of student representation. Technology provides for platforms of engagements that do not require all students to be present in a single venue to engage, be heard, or to effect positive change. Current approaches are too top-heavy. Currently, what we do, colleagues, is we have an SRC in place, and as practitioners, very often, especially if you're in the student governance environment, your role is to support the SRC in ensuring that the SRC can execute on its mandate, is trained, is developed, and the likes. But we focus so much there that we fail to realize the unfairness that we place on a group of what could be 12 students, 14 students, 20 students, even 30, even 60 students in some institutions, to know the wants and needs of 40, 60, 70, 80,000 students in real time at all time. I think we fail to sometimes comprehend that. And in maybe failing to comprehend that as practitioners, we have maybe allowed the systems that have existed historically to embed themselves in not so necessary circumstances. And when I say this, what I say this is, it's not problematizing the existence of SRCs in institutions. What I'm problematizing is the feeding structures of SRC and how SRCs interact with students, how SRCs are able to engage with students, how SRC are able to understand the student needs and express the student needs. Technology now allows us to, expand these platforms. Technology now allows us to allow students and give students platforms where they can engage, make inputs, and the likes. Often the plight and struggles of students are lost within a vacuum of mass meetings, shotgun meetings, and untraced memoranda. SRCs are expected to articulate the needs and aspirations of students they represent without regard for the difficulty involved in collating thousands of opinions and formulating them into a stance representative of the overarching needs of students. Future solutions that we can look at, some we can implement now. Snap student surveys to determine student needs. When SRC is going out there and engaging with students, snap surveys are very easy. They can be done on anybody's phone. They can be done on computers. It does not matter anywhere. It's easy, it's data. It's not data intensive. You just need a device that's internet ready. This is something that student leaders can actually use in order to, improve and strengthen the cause that they are fighting for, by showing how many students are actually backing what they are actually talking about and what they are presenting. The use of blockchain technology in the creation and confirmation of student substructures. Colleagues, you'll understand that the blockchain is basically just a digital ledger. So a digital ledger is something that is going to stay there permanently. As you're registering these structures, we understand who is who, we understand who is registered where, we understand what is what, and we are able to track it forever and ever and ever and ever. The use of smart contracts during election processes and in the recognition of co-curricular development. Dr. Val, in his presentation earlier, spoke about the need for universities to actually adopt co-curricular development as part of their strategic initiatives and strategic objectives. That is very important, yes, colleagues, but at the same time, what we have leaned towards as student affairs practitioners is we have tried to put ourselves in the co-curricular development space in saying that, okay, how can we get our programs to be recognized in the same way that a degree is recognized? And we are doing this while academics and institutions of higher learning themselves are saying, but how can we change the way we are currently recognizing degrees and how we are currently, affirming these processes? Institution like UJ has just introduced smart contracts as far as them issuing certificates of graduation. Now, we need to start thinking about that as practitioners as well, of how we can use these smart contracts in order to make sure that once Evo Garantakeni has experienced training and has undergone training and has undertaken in training, there's a smart contract that is tied to him that he can take with him for the rest of his life and show that when I was at the Val University of Technology and in this year, this is the content that I was busy with. I completed it in this time. This is how much I submitted in it, and this is what I was given as a result of me completing the course content. That smart contract can never be taken away, it can never be deleted, and it can never be thrown away by anybody else, and it lasts for life, just like an academic transcript would do. Discussion around Web 3.0 as well as the metaverse present opportunities for user authentication and access that transcend all limitations of physical and in-person interactions. Colleagues, in 10, 15 years' time, meetings like this won't necessarily be the case. It can be a hall like this, it can be a virtual hall like this, where you sit in your home and you basically, it's almost as though you are present in the same room. We are in a virtual setup. That's the idea behind Web 3.0 and metaverse. You can be in there with your NFT, avatar, that whatever it is that you want to look like, but essentially physical interactions can become a thing of the past, and physical conferences and physical engagements, physical summits and the likes can be a thing of the past in future. Okay, to conclude on this part of the presentation, colleagues, as stated in the presentation, in order to adequately prepare for our future, we must first define what we mean by student representation, what it would look like, how it would function and operate. Once we have determined our future outlook, we can then determine what technological systems we need to adopt and use. Program director, that is the end of my first part. I'm noting that I'm 21 minutes into my presentation. I do have a case study that I wanted to go through, and okay, if you will allow me, then I will do that. So colleagues, at VUT, we undertook a change management process in 2021 that sought to achieve the three things that you see in front of you there. We had an SRC constitution that was last amended in 2009, officially that is, but it had become amended by practice. Some of us will understand that as institutions what I mean by amended by practice. This is where we agree amongst ourselves that, okay, we are going to have a deputy president, and a second deputy president, but it's not placed in the constitution. But everybody in the institution knows that we have a second deputy president. And even when we go to elections, you elect a second deputy president. But when somebody goes and challenges this in court, you're not able to show anything of where the second deputy president actually exists. So this is the reality. This was our reality, and I understand this is the reality for a lot of institutions. The SRC summit could not sit. As we know that these summits are robust engagements, and very often they collapse right at the beginning. So this one was prone to collapse and disruption as well. SRC elections had not taken place in 2 years. They were also prone to collapse. They could not be managed according to the constitution because the constitution had been completely outdated and could not take place in person because of the overall, COVID-19 reality. The deliverables that we had, there was an appropriate online platform for the summit, student buy-in on digitization, and appropriate online election platform. We then used Cotter's model, colleagues. Well, I used Cotter's model and followed it for change management, where it provides 8 steps for change management. And I'll illustrate to you what we did in there, because at the end of the day, we understood that we need a mass technological adoption at the point of SRC elections. We first had to make sure that we had a successful summit. After a successful summit, we would then have a successful constitutional amendment. After a constitutional amendment, we must then go to SRC elections that must be digital. So this entire process had to be a trust-building exercise with our student population as we expanded the digital dependency in the process. Using Cotter's model for change management and complex organization, a roadmap was created informing the process that needed to be undertaken to achieve the ultimate goals of successful constitutional summit and amended and adopted SRC constitution, as well as piloting of electronic elections. From the onset, it was determined that the use of technology will be central to the success of the execution of the process. This meant that the need to meet the required outcomes was intrinsically tied to what system would be used to achieve them. The first step in Cotter's model, there needs to be a created common sense of urgency. With respect to VUC, this sense was already apparent based on the prevailing realities of the institution at the time, the constitution being updated, us having an interim SRC, and us not being able to go to elections in all that time. The university was in an administrative process as well, and this followed this allowed for a collective understanding to be established regarding the need to transform the institution for the better. There was also an understanding that the processes as well as the documents in place to inform these processes had become so outdated and disregarded that their very application would amount to a step backwards. I'm going to move on quickly, colleagues, because I know I'm touching on a lot of these issues. The translation of institutional issues for students as well as student leaders was central to the implementation of the second step in Cotter's model, i.e. the creation of a guiding coalition. A guiding coalition is a group of key stakeholders within a change management process who have collective understanding of urgency at hand as well as the need for change to take place. It was important for the coalition to not only understand the need to proceed with an online systems, but for them to also be able to articulate its benefits and engage openly on its potential pitfalls. The third instance in the third instance of the change management model, Cotter states that there should be a clear vision and strategies adopted to successfully execute the intended change initiative. In practice, this meant outlining how required outcomes would be approached, administered, and engaged. The following examples were relevant in context. In the Constitutional Summit, the summit will be conducted online. The summit process is often contested, and we had to make sure that obviously people could register online in a way that was open, transparent, and could be checked by anybody and could be seen by anybody, but would not be disruptable. So that meant finding a platform where people could engage openly, but where a disruption could take place, you could you restrict the disruption. SRC election, the process would have to address the issue of accessibility for students with disabilities and students without access to appropriate devices. This would be addressed through the physical voting sites on campus that would be equipped with electoral staff for assistance, as well as internet-ready devices for casting of votes. I think I might be assisting also my colleague from Univen with an approach to implementing electronic elections as how we followed it at VUT. The next step in the change management process was the removal of barriers to implementation. These are touched on briefly above. However, the primary role in this step was to ensure that all risks attributable to smooth user experience could be addressed. With respect to online systems, these barriers often speak to the aspect of accessibility and user experience. Essentially, data. Make sure people have data. if you want to take them online. The sixth step in the process involves the creation of short-term wins in the process. With respect to the overall process, these wins could be identified as the successful sitting of the summit, which would inform the successful adoption of the Constitution and therefore create a path toward implementation of electronic election. Within each major outcome, the following short-term wins were identified. Constitutional Summit, finding an appropriate, accessible online meeting platform that allowed for both regulation, open engagement, and recording. The securing of an appropriate facilitator. I think we had the best facilitator in the country. He's sitting in the front right there. We would not have any success, SG, I want to thank you again. We would not have any success in the facilitation of our process had we not had the brilliant facilitation of Mr. Mhlongo there, and the successful completion of the credentials process. Constitutional review, the collation and distribution of all inputs on digital platforms, because there were students who were not even on campus, who were where they were, who were joining us, we needed to make sure that they could access everything. The successful adoption of online election within the SRC Constitution. The SRC elections, the securing of an appropriate system, and the securing of a qualified service provider for the implementation of the elections. The seventh step requires us to build on the change implemented thus far. We therefore understood that the acceptance of an online engagement platform would allow for there to be online campaigning as well as engagements. So we needed to make sure that our student leaders were happy with engaging online first, and we needed to show them the benefit of engaging online. We needed to show them and help them understand how engaging online would assist them more than it even assisted the institution. And what this allowed us to do was to convince the broader student population of the fact that campaigning can even take place online, because we were able to achieve all of these things online. We also understood that an adoption of an online SRC elections as method of executing elections would provide a basis for execution of online elections. Okay, I just went back to the sixth step and went back to the eighth step again. The final step, in the final step, we institute the change. In its current state, the VUT was successful. In its current state, VUT has successfully amended and adopted its constitution following a successful constitutional summit. Finally, the VUT had its first electronic elections in December 2022, where we recorded the highest voter turnout on record. Thank you, colleagues.
No, thank you so much, my brother, for, out of the many things you said, there are two things that I take home, and I'm glad we have student leaders in the house. You said all these things that should happen, they relied on two most important things. First, the buy-in issue. Second thing, trust. This thing of online elections, MTT even had them for the first time last year. When you consult the student body, the normal students would not, they don't have a problem because it's convenient for them. But the political structures, or the ones who are conscious politically, they refuse based on one simple thing of saying, we don't trust the university system or the university management. They all have bank accounts. Their money is in the bank. They all have a cell phone banking, online banking. So the issue is not the system. The issue is what you are saying, the buy-in and the trust issue. So if you have to achieve any of these things, those two most important things, they left to be at the forefront. And it's mainly because of our work as a student affairs. Where in most cases, ambulances in the university, when there's a protest, you are in between. When there's anything, when a student graduate in the university, they are the student of the VC. When they graduate, they are called the keys of the VC. But when there's a protest, this is an expulsion, they are student of student affairs. That is the unfortunate part about. So at the end of the day, also as we need to improve that aspect, naturally there must be that buy-in, there must be that trust. So I thought it's close to home, because when we were presenting, I saw myself there in between. So, but SG, I must give credit as well to you and the president, the entire NEC. The presentations from yesterday until now, what I enjoy about them is that they are practical. When people speak, you see yourself there as a practitioner. You see yourself, this is about me. So Thank you so much, my brother. I'll take few hands. But before that, in closing, in what I wanted to say, what you are saying about fiber, an example, that 10 years ago, no one knew about fiber. It's like, before the fees must fall, in 2000, and since 2000, there are universities that were called traditional universities, they were striking. TT was one of them, VUT was one of them, Fort Hare. But what we failed to catch, to understand, and later it caught up with us, was that it was because of the background and the nature of the students who are from there. At the time, no one could have thought WITS, University of Pretoria, UKZN, WITS, University of Pretoria, UCT, Stellenbosch. No one thought the students from the poor backgrounds would have access to them. Now that they do, when we speak of NSFAS, they're affected. That's why fees must fall erupted also in WITS. It was because of that. So I just thought I should what you are saying is very important. We must not quote finding because of we could have done what we're supposed to do. So colleagues, few hands to engage the presentation. One, Mamle Fede, to my brother. I won't take you, Mama. This one.
Okay. Thank you for a wonderful presentation. My interest is on your first part of the presentation, and specifically on the role of student representatives in our universities. What is very true is that you're touching on a very correct point to say the Higher Education Act actually gives universities guidelines on how students should participate in the governance of universities. But it varies so much in all the institutions. If you go look at institutional statutes of all the institutions, it's like institutions are getting guidelines from various countries in the whole world. They vary so much. I'll give just one example. There are institutions still here in SA that do not afford students the platform, such as, for instance, governance structure such as Student Services Council. Yes, there are institutions that do not even afford students to sit in such platforms, but I'm just saying this because you have also touched on an important fact to say we as practitioners, we play a supportive role to how students should participate in the governance of universities. It's not a question, I'm just stating that maybe we need to start thinking of moving away from a supportive role to an influential role where we can influence our institutions to actually enhance how students participate in the governance of all of our institutions as a national body. Thank you.
Yeah, let's take the second.
Yeah, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation. And I am very much happy because some of the things which I raised before have been catered. So I suspect that you edited your presentation after my input. So be that as it may, I want to acknowledge the fact that you at the end managed to have a successful constitutional summit, because there is no problem when there is no problem. If we are running the student affairs or the SRC using things which are not highlighted in the constitution, some things may come back to haunt us, and at the end it won't be good. So from the first part of your presentation, you have mentioned that the Higher Education Act stipulates that the SRC must exist. So how it must exist, it is based on us from our respective institution. So I would suggest that we have a uniform approach on this one. We make submission to higher education so that the roles of the SRC must be the same from one institution to another, in order to avoid the situation where In VETS, you find the SRC representing workers there. I know that I might be popular, maybe, but in VETS, they are representing workers for insourcing. At Univen, they are representing students for data. So these things must go in hand because students in VETS are the student in UCT. So I think we must make submission to the minister or to the higher education that these things must be highlighted, like how the duties of the council are highlighted in the Statute of the University and in the Higher Education Act. Thank you.
This thing of being the cameraman, you never appear on any of the pictures, but it's fine. No, thank you very much for the presentation. Thank you very much for the presentation, former DSG. I want to ask now, one, I think it's already been touched on by the two former speakers. We keep on applying a institutional patch to a national diagnosis. Like, take for example, fees must fall. It happened across the country. The PA system and protests related to NSFAS, they happen across the country. But institutional autonomy, that clause, allows for each institution to come up with its own remedy for the situation. And I think that's part of the reason, colleagues, why we never find each other. That's why you go to one campus, take for example CUT, the model of remuneration is completely different to their neighbors across the street at University of the Free State. Now I understand the call that colleagues are making that as national organizations such as NASDEV and SASAB, these national organizations have a responsibility and an obligation to try and be the common thread in us resolving these issues. But for as long as institutional autonomy exists, my presenter, is it not an obstacle itself to progress? The clause in itself, you spoke to it extensively. I want, in your opinion, does it not present limitations in terms of us trying to create not a homogeneous experience, but a common lived experience among students? Because ultimately, the demographics of our institution, of our students are more or less the same. Students go from rural areas of KZN. I always use KZN example because I worked in a campus that was by KZN. And then they travel for the first time to Cape Town. But when you think UCT, you think this classy, very big, but you get students who are facing the same challenges that are being faced at Gugundlov. So is that not a challenge? But another question I want to present to you, leadership, and it just slipped now. Yes, it's gone. No, it's fine. The question of institutional autonomy, just as it's gone, yes.
Thank you very much for those questions, colleagues. On the first comment, yes, the role of student representatives and institutions not aligned with what student representation is. SASAB did something last year called, they worked on what was called a student governance framework. Now, as you know, a student governance framework basically just provides you with a framework. As an institution, you're struggling to develop your own constitution, you can refer to the framework, and then it would show you what you can do. But it does not do away with institutional autonomy. As an institution, you can still decide what it is that you want to do. My solution, colleagues, because there's an aspect that I strongly believe in that is tied to institutional autonomy, and that is academic freedom. And it's very important. Academic freedom is key to the sustainability of higher education because that's where people find expression and the like. So if you're going to, and there's a call currently to nationalize student services in South Africa. I don't know if you guys have seen that article. The ED from UCT might touch a bit on that. But the problematic nature of that is, colleagues, as much as, yes, institutional autonomy hamstrings us in some aspects, we are not the same institutions. We don't follow the same causes. We don't have the same histories. We don't have the same struggles. So I'm not sure that the removal of institutional autonomy would necessarily be the solution to that. What I do believe can be a solution there is a coordinated approach to DHET, as was also presented. I believe that, and I think this is a challenge that SG, if I can present the challenge to the conference and to yourselves as the NEC, and to throw myself in there to say that I will also be part of that process. that we come together as member institutions and rope in even institutions that may not be member institutions, that we sit down and we engage and we say, but what should this thing look like? And after we have developed either a framework or a guiding document, that we approach DHET and we say, as practitioners within institutions, even our VCs can come on board. This is what we want, and this is what we want this thing to look like. That is something that I think we can do as higher education. That is something that I think we would not need to wait for our vice chancellors, but we can actually do ourselves as practitioners, even from this conference moving forward. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you very much, Tate Bukala, for articulating so meticulously on this very important topic. I think, colleagues, you've had the opportunity to engage. We've made the commitment that the slides would be available after the conference for ease of reference as we engage and navigate our day-to-day spaces. Maybe if you just indulge me, Sister Elsie, we are supposed to have a token. Oh, maybe also, why are you seeing me? Tate Tabiso has an issue in his institution, so he has to attend that. So I'm just going to continue with facilitation in the interim as he attends to that. Sister Elsie, token? Do we have that arranged? Okay. So we'll do that at the end of the second presentation. Can you please arrange that for me? Thank you very much. Colleagues, can we move on to the next presentation? I am going to ask the Executive Director for the Division of Student Affairs at the University of Cape Town, Mr. Puram Kolombane, who's also the SASAP Secretary General, the South African the senior the senior association of Shonofoot? It's gone. Nanso-ke yiyo leyo, so isibalekile. Ngicela simuphe izandla ezinkulu as he takes over. Are you gonna use this? You're gonna use this one.
Yeah, good afternoon, colleagues. And as we are sorting out the position I hold. So it is important that I start by recognizing Unjanya. So Unjanya gives birth to Amawele. And then I am of Amampondomis. Amampondomis ke Gojola, Gotengeba, Gomphango, Gontos, Azolozu, Amampondomis. Now the most important part is the last part, Itole Lomtwaga. Now, Itole Lomtwaga becomes important from where I stand, because I am standing on the land which were first walked by the Khoi and the San. Now this is important because what we are about to speak about, Upefumleland, is exactly about that understanding of who we are, not what we are. And so this presentation is what we would call indigenously as Ilima. Ilima ke, or Litsima, is the work that the community come together and do. As you can see here, we've got 6 collaborators which we have come together to work on this idea of uphefumlelana. Now, this presentation speaks to the indigenous and emergent practice, which is contemplative, inclusive practice of uphefumlelana. Now, loosely translated, you breathe life into each other. Right? That is what this is about. You breathe life into each other. Not these tendencies we're experiencing today in social media, go Twitter, and because there you are killing the other. So that is this what about. Now, when you're talking about uphefumlelana, what conditions must be in place for it to be meaningful? You have to be humble, because if you're not humble, you have then positioned yourself structurally. You have hierarchized yourself as better than the other. You have to have compassion. I mean, the very fact that you're taking time out, think about it, if you're sharing breath, you have to have love. In the absence of love, there can be no compassion. To what end, do you ask? To the state of healing. We must heal. Now, indigenously, when you meet someone and you ask, how are you? They don't say, I'm fine. They tell you contextually what are they experiencing. In that conversation, you are then able to say, oh, I didn't know that actually if I drink that medicine, it will help me. And that's what uphefumlelana is about. It towards healing. It also towards wholeness, because it helps you to align yourself with yourself, mind, body, and soul, and the land that you are within. And of course, to what end? To the human flourishing, from the self perspective and in communal spaces. Now, why is this important for practitioners like yourselves? It is important because, colleagues, to achieve a degree, we have seen people achieve degrees, right? And we have achieved degrees. But what are they worth if we are sick? And therefore, how do we then create spaces of healing so that as we do what we do and as we become practitioners, our spaces become spaces of healing, not spaces of anxiety, not spaces of depression, not spaces of sadness. Because in the end, why do we spend time into these spaces of education if when we live here, we're living to die? And so this idea of self-care practices, you know what Wayne Dyer says, Wayne Dyer says, he says, if you change how you look at things, the things you look at change. Now, at face value, you may not understand the depth of what this means. Now, but when we're speaking about the issues of these practices, think about it. Those who grew up in villages, they know now and again when they ask you to go and deliver a parcel the next village, it's an easy 20 Ks that you walk. Right? You must go there and come back. And sometimes that person is not there, you must go back again the following day. Today, that's in Cape Town, today, people wake up 3, 4, 5 o'clock in the morning. They say they're going hiking. Right? If you change the way you look at things, the things you look at, they change. Now it's hiking, right? what is happening there? There's a shift. The same thing, but the other one, you have missed out that the significance that this is an indigenous practice that helps you heal in the same way that you achieve through hiking. The difference is that the other one is meaningful because as you are actually healing, you are also utilitarian. And so we need then to understand that the work that we do must begin to embody these kind of practices. Now, in this context, what happened here is that Beswangangane, right? Ngane is a village of Amangangane. But what is important about that aspect is that as I am in Cape Town, I have to drive to Wangangane, about 1,000+ kilometers. And people who are doing that time immemorial are called Amakotuk, right? Now that word has been bastardized, but essentially, Ugoduka is a self-care practice. It's a self-care practice. And that's where you connect yourself with yourself and become whole. And if we as practitioners do not begin to engage in that context, we will have sick students. We will be sick. Now, I'm not saying go to villages. I'm saying understand where your village is and go to it. And when you are in it, and begin to find a healing. Now, talking about self-care, what does it mean? It's about addressing personal needs, right? That means you are intentional in doing that. You are taking care of yourself and your well-being, not by coincidence, intentionally. And you are awake to that intention. And of course, because we're in a institution of higher learning, we must find scholars who speak about these things. They speak about a sense of satisfaction, emotional, psychological, and spiritual wholeness. It includes caring not only for yourself, friends, family, others, within an indigenous communal. Now, here's the thing, rituals, systems, and practices. Now, these rituals can be anything that you create in your space. I mean, for example, I know in some universities, when it's first year period, students go around in residence doing a number of things as rituals, right? But the question then is that, are those rituals healing in themselves or are they destroying? They happen in our spaces, whatever they may be. And the other one, it happened next door, where someone just gone and peed in somebody's room, and all of that. Now, these are rituals. That thing's a ritual. And so, but what rituals are we putting in the system? And of course, that ritual is supported by a system, a structural system, and it's a practice. And I'm saying, let's find those rituals and systems that facilitate healing. Now, what are the self-care practices, right? Now, and then when you're talking about these things, Wyatt and Ampandu speaks about this idea of what is missing historically, right? Because these practices are happening away from spaces that have caused, they must happen away from that have caused harm. Now, what tends to happen is that, you know, marginalized communities, whoever that is marginalized, who can relate with this, that you tend then to find yourself in spaces that themselves are harmful, right? The spaces that want you to leave part of who you are at the door for you to be able to strive in the space, right? And then in 1 month or in 1 day, then we say, yeah, no, we are Africans, or no, we are indigenous. And yet throughout the year, you have lost of who you are. And so what we then need to do, we need to have conducive spaces for self-care practices, right? And which I ensure that in those, we find and embody our own indigenous ways. And by the way, in residencies, and I still ask this question, people will say, but no, you see, if we commit Simpepo, what's going to happen is then there are going to be these fire things. Right? Of course. Of course. But it doesn't stop. Because if you have what we call public art, for example, right? It doesn't stop for us to create spaces in universities that are conducive for us to be able to be who we are. But we're not doing that. It's ourselves, it's us. We are easy to go and punish the students, but we are not creating alternatives in terms of what are we doing. And this is what this is about, that we need then to begin to speak to those things and not be complicit in terms of displacing our spiritual beings in these spaces. So what are we seeking to achieve with my fellow travelers? We seek then at least to have a critical reflection examination of what are we doing. When we engage with the other, what are we doing? Right? And then begin to shift and change so that our changing systems, and I heard Bugala here talking about this nationalization, for example, right? It shouldn't be that we're changing systems and models just for the sake of changing them. We must ask, what are the implications of that? We know what the implication of NSFAS being nationalized, right? But then we must ask, we know what the implications of size and shape that happened. But what are the implications of this? Not because we are for or against, and grapple with that. It is in the grappling where we'll be able to find clarity, right? And therefore, what are we doing to promote, the awareness of self-care practices? What are we doing ourselves to do these things? And of course, because if we are universities of Africa in Africa, but everything that we do in this space is European, what are we saying? What are we saying? Right? And therefore, we then need to advocate and agitate for these, or the indigenization of self-care practices. Not in exclusion of, no, but over and above, right? And so this then locates itself into the Reimagining pedagogy, which Freire actually speaks about. And Freire says it's a political project where you dissolve hierarchies and then you begin then to act as co-creators of reality. In his case, in the classroom. And so what I was saying here is that let's be co-creators of the ways of being and becoming, which advance the idea of healing. Because otherwise, what then happens, and of course, just very briefly if you indulge me, at UCT there's something called leave of absence, right? So basically what that means then is that if you are a student, you are struggling, and then there are assessments, and then you find that, no, look, you can't make it, then you get a leave of absence. That means as a student, you can go home for 6 months or a year, and during that period, everything ceases. So in other words, you don't have, whatever that you have paid, you can come back. When you come back, and you start from where you left without. Now my argument is that in these instances, these students, when they leave, they're hysterical, the system can't help them, and they go home. They go home, they stay, they are fine. They are fine, they come back. They're glowing, they are aligned. They land here, 2, 3 months, they are back where they began. What's happening? And so the idea then of humanizing is this idea of let's speak to how do we then ensure that when we breathe life into each other, we become alive and healthy, right? So that when we see each other first as human beings. And I normally speak about how the Ngunis, particularly the Zulus, make this point very, very, very clearly. In Zulu, most when you greet, say sawubona ngithi. But the response ayi sawubona. It yebo, affirmation. And what we are lacking is the affirmation of who we are. And in the absolute affirmation, that is why down the line we get into depression, and then people commit suicide, among other things, because you can't reconcile with that you have achieved that which you were meant to achieve, whether that's a degree or whatever that you have been pursuing, but there's something missing. And that which is missing is yourself. Because you have to leave yourself somewhere so that you can assimilate. And I think to be human, therefore, you need to align. And I think this idea of perfume learner is precisely that. Who are you? Who are you? Because remember, what then happened is, if you think about, take a township, take a village, right? The knowledge between these two spaces and the university doesn't become valid until a researcher goes there and then researches and then writes a paper and then tells about what's happened in that space. And then we say, aha, there's a paper about. But then people have been saying these things. But then how do we then not validate these indigenous practices so that they've got a space in the epistemological engagement in our space? So the idea really here was that we said with the colleagues, all right, let's go then to and begin to explore what are things that are happening in that space indigenously, which are self-care practices. Right? Of course, because they're in a practical space, they are problematic, some of them. But then you are able to extrapolate those problematic areas and begin to say, what can we do so that you are able to ensure then that intentionally and consciously you are accessing those spaces. When in fact you know that you can stay the whole day watching Netflix, which is fine and great, but you can also just take a walk that helps you to achieve the same thing in a different way. So we went there for that particular aspect. Now, the photo voice methodology. Now, this methodology, by the way, is one of the evolving methodologies that are indigenous, right? And it is meant for people who need access into scholarship. Because remember, fundamentally, that some people's lived experiences are not necessarily captured simply because they can't write academically. But there was stories to tell. And anthropologists, they came and then they, without understanding the context, they told those stories and misrepresented them. And today, we have the history that we have to some extent because they have done so. But if we're telling our own stories in our own context, then we are able to bring some of these particular issues. Of course, this just explains in terms of when you do photo voice, how do you do that photo voice in terms of the community, the recruitment of participants, the training of the cameras and so on. But I think it is important that, and of course for us, it's not only about the actual paper, it's also about the introducing of the methodology that you yourself can begin to look into it, and then this can inform the work that we do. And I mean, we are in any case in a space where every now and then we're taking these photos. And then how do we then use them in a meaningful way that advances our scholarship, among others? And of course, like any other, there are limitations, of approaches, and we accept that. And the question is, of course, is that how can you then move forward into that? And because in photo voice, then the photos speak for themselves. All right? They speak for them because they are subjective experiences. But of course, you can give context to those. Now, this issue of wholeness and oneness. Now, it's very easy for you to look at that picture. But what is happening here is that you must also locate where are you, right? The ground that you are in, and the water that nourishes the ground, and the people that are around you. And of course, if you look further down there, there's a hill, a small hill there, as I was talking about. That is Gwagaduga there, which is basically ourselves. And again, you can be asked, okay, Utamkulu is there. Can you just tell him that tomorrow we're doing ABC and then he must walk there and come back? But this context, it is precisely important because sometimes what then happens is that when we engage in these spaces, myself and my mother, you can easily look at that space and miss the fact that naturally you can have a father, you can have a mother and a son relationship in that context. But this context will not necessarily engaging in that particular way. What is happening there is that we are speaking in a space where we embody certain things. we embody the loss, right? My mother is a widow. The brokenness of our past, historically, the healing that we need, the nurturing, the kindness, the care, the compassion, and the hope that we have for the future in that particular land. Now, why is this important? It is important because for me to be one, for me to be whole with myself, that is the place. For you, it's going to be different. But for me, that is the place. Now, understanding that, which then means then that my boss that I report to, when I need to go home, right, he understands that it is important for me to go home, because going home is a self-care practice. But because we miss these things, right, we think that we are doing ourselves favors when we don't take time out and engage, and eventually we crash. And that applies to the students, because students don't want to go home. And there's a reason for that. It's because there is no Upefumlela in terms of understanding what that does to you. In the case of Fees Must Fall for the Voice Project, the one student who was suspended, he said, I was at home. You know what I did? And when I was there, that helped me a lot to center me, because I was out there. But the alternative, basically, would have him going to the tavern, drinking, smoking, and then getting sick. Now, but if we don't engage in these spaces in this way, then we lose the meaning. And this is basically what this is about. What makes you whole? And we ask that question, right? But of course, I'll give you the paper, then we can begin to get the issue. But I think here, the intersection is the past, the present, and the future. And that future remains hopeful, because in our ways of being and becoming, we are doing things that begins to take care of ourselves. Now, this one, Notando, is a lady sitting there between my mother, next to my mother there. Notando here titles, her experience in Lelebuzo Abapambil. Now, within this context, Notando problematizes this experience, because what she says, even though there is an element of Pefumlela here which is helpful, but there's a patriarchal undertone, because they are sitting down there where you can see them, but where you can see us, who are sitting in chairs there. That's a sort of a patriarchal setup. Now, the point I'm making with this is that as these things happen, it doesn't mean then that we ignore, the contradictions that exist in the space. But neither does it mean that we must erase the benefits that come from the space. And the question is, how do we then grapple with these spaces so that we don't say, I've left the township, or I've left I'm not going there anymore. Because down the line, then there's a problem there. But I think then the issue is, and of course, part of this process is also a communal engagement, because on the other side, the room, there is the room full of people. Now, what you see here, Mandla. Now, Mandla is a fellow traveler, but except Planty here, I had gone home to Upega, right? Umbulelo sometimes, say thank you. Now, thank you is this idea of being grateful, the gratitude. Now, you can be thankful for things that you know, and those that you don't know. So this was what was happening here. Mandla has never been in a rural area in his lifetime. He has never been. This was his first encounter with a rural area, right? And he wrote his story there. But because for him, for him, I think I want to read this. He said, Amangane facilitated a process that healed me from the trappings of the ego and self-absorption. By doing so, the process led to the grounding of self in my own state that connected me to my own identity through north and authenticity. Ultimately, my body, soul, and mind found healing, which led to a sense of coherence and wholeness. And no one said anything to Mandla. It was his journey in that space. It was his journey in that space. And so what I'm saying is that we need to create spaces that, as I refer to them, that are what is called transformative human encounters, right? So imagine a student who comes into our spaces, into our residencies, into our conferences, into our seminars, and said, I was passing by, and then I heard that there was a conference, I just listened, and guess what? I feel differently, I feel whole. And this is what I'm inviting us to reflect on. And of course, here you have got a literal meaning and also a meaning around the spirituality in terms of how do we then take that leap of faith. Because all your life, you have been told that who you are less than, you're lacking all your life. Literally all your life. You have been told that you are less than, you are lacking. So that means you must do. How do you then begin to go back to yourself and then find yourself and become who you are? How do you do that? Right? And so it is inherent that one would not wish to take the leap of faith only to end up with a failure and injury. It was a dreadful moment that I greatly relied on the voice of my soul tribe. Now, what is important there is that for us then to walk this journey, it cannot be that we're walking it alone. It's a communal journey. But now what communities are we creating for ourselves, for our students, so that they can heal? And of course, if we don't do that, what happens is alternative communities come up, and you communicate our students, they are drinking, they are smoking, because we don't create these spaces. And if we do, we're not intentionally creating them to be healing spaces. Now, as I'm about to end now, what is happening here? We are walking towards the grave of Mkolombane, right? But what you don't understand is that for some of the colleagues, the work itself was in fact an exercise. Now, for those who've got algorithms, they were coming back and counting that, okay, now I've walked so many feet. But at that time, when we were going to Mkolombane, Mkolombane is there, his grave is there, and then we are going there. Now, what I'm saying is that we can do these things that help us to become. Now, this is very important now. Why is Mkolombane self? Now, we may think that this is, I mean, not everyone in our history knows where the person holding their surname is. Not everyone. Now, to find that person that says, this is the person whose name you carry, is an experience that I cannot explain. His name was Nkula Mkolombane. Now, you may not care about some of these things, but somehow what happens, you find then that not you, but those down the line, they must go that route. Now, the education that you need to give then, therefore, for our students is without or before that trouble hits home. They must find out who they are. They may not find the graves of their surnames, of their elders, but they can find their people. And finding your people makes a difference. I mean, I find people that I've never thought I want to see here today. And it makes you whole. And so that is what we're talking about, these self-caring practices. And then, lastly, in conclusion, Because I don't want us to live here thinking that, yeah, but how do you then do this thing in a university context? We are talking about the village. Now, what you see in front of me here and yourselves is a UCT DSA framework 2035 in pursuit of the agenda of the soul. Now, the agenda of the soul, it is a self-caring practice, right? And just very, 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 very briefly, what is this agenda of the soul? In terms of scholarship, we speak about the 3 Ps, right? The first P I already spoken about, the humanizing pedagogy. I've mentioned Frey. Then you've got what we call the pedagogy of discomfort. Because if all your life you have gone, for example, to a private school and therefore you can twang, and then you think that now you are no longer okay to be a black person, and now you encounter that you must go back to yourself, then it's very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable. Because now all of a sudden you must go to But of course, yourself, you don't sit Muslim Samo because you are this person. So it becomes a problem. And then the last P is what we call pneumatological pedagogy. Simply put, a spiritual pedagogy, right? Now, pneumatological pedagogy, it is a theological term, but in this context, not theocentric. It speaks to spirituality. And then, of course, you cannot speak about the agenda of the soul if you don't speak about the ethic of care. If you don't care, the soul, it cares. That's what it does. The ego doesn't. So if you don't care, it means you are pursuing the agenda of the ego. And of course, then this idea of agility. What agility means, it means then you are able to shift gears. Right? By shifting gears, you're collapsing hierarchies. Because hierarchies are created particularly to create classes. And with that, the dispensing of privilege and powers. And so what we are saying at DSA Student Affairs, we are saying then, what values are driving us? Healing. Why healing is important? We are broken. How can you not be broken when you were enslaved, you are colonized, and then there was apartheid, and then there is gender-based violence, then there's patriarchy, and then you can mention them. So we are. So therefore, we need to invest, but before we heal other people, let's heal ourselves. Because if you don't transform healing, you transmit it. You transmit it. So that's basically what this is about. And therefore, you cannot nurture when you are broken. So nurturing comes after you have what? You have healed. That's why adults, when they are in pain, they become aggro to the young people. Because what happens is a child comes in, you're stressing, you just respond because it's like you're irritated. It's a pain that speaks, not the love that you have. And then there's the issue about resilience. Resilience, colleagues, you can't teach resilience. Can't teach resilience. Resilience is what you observe. When you ask people about it, they'll tell you, no, I know resilience because I look at my grandfather or my mother or whoever, because that's what it's about. And then lastly, I've spoken about this counsel is about wise counsel. That's that. Now, all of that, that's the agenda of the soul. Now, if you come in to the other side, where I speak about the critical diversity. Now, this is important, colleagues, because, in fact, last night, we were having a conversation with Bugala, and he was saying, I don't understand why would someone who calls himself an activist, and then on the one hand, political activist on the one hand, and on the other hand, becomes a gender-based, what do you call it, a gender-based violator or an abuser or whatever the case might be. That can be possible, and it is possible because of the lack of appreciation of intersectionality. Our lives intersect. So why is this important? It's important because as I'm standing here, I am embodying the number of my ways of being and becoming. I'm not standing here as one. And so what then happens, colleagues, is that when, in fact, you have someone who is born able like myself, get involved in an accident, become disabled, and then now becomes poor, and born male transition to female, and is practicing African spirituality, and of course, a black, and is coming from outside the country. Now, that person embodies all those identities. Now, if you then want to humanize that person, you can't then that only address the disability aspect. You must engage that person holistically. But here's the thing, those differences, what then they do, even in the space that we are in, they empower other people. In the same process, others, they violate them. They privilege others, and of course, they disempower others. Now, if you're conscious about this, then you are able, because if you don't know this, you can't reconcile why somebody call himself a pastor and then rape people. Because that individual, what then they've done is they've used that position of power to abuse. And so what I'm trying to say, is that if we are talking about humanizing, we need to understand these intersectionalities so that in our awareness, know that what I'm doing now, I am actually dehumanizing this particular individual. But if you are not aware, then potentially. So at UCT DSA, we are grappling with these things. In fact, the meeting that I had, which actually asked the colleagues to change my presentation order, it is because we're discussing some of these things, wherein we're saying, look, because there was a case of gender-based violence in one of our private residencies which we own, and of course we're trying to resolve that, and we're at pains to engage, understand the intersectionality of what we're dealing with. And therefore, we can't resolve it by only looking at one area of things. We might look at them holistically. And therefore, I think, so ourselves, when we're engaging, whatever we're engaging as practitioners with our students, we need to be aware about these things and how we're engaging. Now, once we have done that, then conditions for social justice become ripe. And it's only in a socially just or in a fair and just society where a humanizing pedagogy then can prevail and be sustainable. Because otherwise, it cannot if the system is unjust. And then, of course, ethics and work ethic, two different things. Work ethic and ethics, I'm mentioning them. Now, to what end? To human flourishing. And all of the things are for what? Are for well-being of students and staff and their own growth. And lastly, their academic success. And so, colleagues, when you're speaking about this idea of ukuphefumlelana, what I've just done now, ndiniphefumlela. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ntate Pura. Sure. You know, I'm chatting to Moema there. I'm thinking, this outing mang figure lapha. Because I have so many things in my mind that, as uphefumula tata, I am being provoked and asking critical questions about myself, about my own life, about the work that I do, the influence that I exert on other people. Ngiphefumula kanjani kwabanye? And I think it's a similar experience for all of us. When we ask these questions that ask really the foundations and our roots, and everything that guides what we do, and the influences that drive us. Colleagues, I know there's a lot of thoughts, probably comments and questions. Can I open up this opportunity by show of hands? I'm going to take a few because we are chasing time. If a corner, just raise your hand and then let's note you and give you the opportunity. Just raise your hand and don't be shy so that I'll see them. Okay. Right, so I'm seeing 3 hands, 4 hands, so I'm going to take this. Okay, now there says Yanyuk. Glasses Paramise once again. Yeah, Lezes Paramile kube izona, no afterthoughts. All right, so sizoqala kanje. Soqala lapha phezulu. We'll come to Ntate Bugala. We'll come to Sister Dalsi. We'll come to Nazo, my sister over here, and you will be the last one. In that fashion. So, yeah.
No, thanks, Putumzo. Ngibingelele nobaba lapha phambi. And I think ubaba uyenze kakhulu justice in terms of uphefumulelana. And yeah, kunzinyana. No, I will try to put a comment and also maybe ask a question. So that when I leave this room, already I'm a better person, already.
Sure.
But so that I can have clarity going to my peers outside and also my colleagues who are not here today. I want to ask something that I think it's a battle of the modernized society and also uphefumulelana. How, or the possibility to be able to transform and also to extend the scope of uphefumulelana to other institutions of higher learning, and also ukuthi silwa kanjani with the modern way of doing things. Because i-content yaziwayo manje is the one of Instagram. Yeah. How, or is it possible ukuthi we introduce this idea, this beautiful idea, to the rest of the public? How possible, or is it possible? Because now the modern society or the modern people or the way of doing things, kwenza kube nzima lokho. Because you'll find a student having psychological issues. Not because those issues can't be resolved or can't be assisted the student, but the problem, the platform is not there. So when we introduce this idea in our societies, we are able to heal everyone. And when you touch the importance and the significance of healing. So as I submarine Putumzo, really, maybe you will guide me that Mbela, how are we going to modernize and also to influence lento lesiyifake ebantwini lapha eklaleni, because really iyasithinta kakhulu even nathi as student leadership ziyasinetha. So that we are able to reflect in our own spaces and also sazi ukuthi that platform is there and wonke umuntu uyakwazi uku-accessa ngiyabonga. I'm not sure ukuthi ubaba ukwazi ungicapturisha.
Yeah, capture.
Thank you.
Yes, you can go.
Good afternoon, colleagues. My name is Viseka Sizane Maja. I'm coming from Walter Sisulu University. I don't know whether to start with a comment, but I just want to say thank you, Ngoba, Khudulu, Ngengane. Ubunga ungahlala usenza njalo.
Sure.
Ukwenzela into basizokwazi ukuyazi imilando lethu. I just want to raise some few questions as to say that how best we can be able to create a conducive living space within our institution so that our students can be able to have a space when they want to burn their impepo, I don't know how to call it, but impepo, in our residences. Because you will find out there's this issue of undermining each other, but when they want a space to pray, everybody will say that, no, you can do that. But when they want to pen their impepo, that space is not given to them. Secondly, Ngoba, I just want to ask how best we can be able to put our rituals in our systems so that everybody, when we want to talk about this issue of rituals, no one is going to say maybe that person is insane. Because as people who are doing our rituals, most of the time, even in our community, people will look down upon you as if you are doing something that is, maybe they used to call it's a witchcraft. And I'm also happy about the issue that you've mentioned, because if I'm well educated or else I've got everything in my life, but you will find out at some point that person will go from one hospital to another hospital because they don't want to take care of their rituals. Secondary to that, you will find out these people, maybe even the pastors will not go and attend to, in fact, to consult during the day. But you will find out at night they want to visit us. I don't know, maybe they will say that, I'm looking for something, man. I don't have enough members in my church. I need to get it. But I don't know why they are doing that, because if you do believe in something, just go ahead with your belief. As I'm landing Khudulu, or Chair, there's this point, if you can ask our kids or our children or whatever, and you ask, what is your clan name? Oh, I'm Mama Man, Khudulu. They cannot, even you can ask us from here, what is your clan name? It ends up there. So I'm happy if there are people that are still looking to get iminombo yabo, uzazi, where are you coming from? Thank you, Khudulu. Keep it up, the work that we are doing.
Dear the delicious. Dear the darling.
Nguba, you stirred me a bit by mentioning Freire, because you indicated the aspect where it indicates that in order for a revolution to be successful, people must become subjects and not objects. We must stop being objects within it. So, and then naturally, there's a process then that follows that, is that when people begin to define themselves as subjects within that system, they define themselves according to the subjects that were, necessarily ruling. I don't know what other word to use in that space when they become subjects. So naturally, as Freire would indicate, is everybody who comes into the space then wants to become the man. And the man is very often a representation of something that is oppressive. So in Kandiphe formula, it's how do we programmatically disrupt that when people understand, Uguti, no, now you have a space to breathe, that breathing does not mean that you must restrict the breathing of the next person, that in recognizing my humanity and my subjectness in that system, I must recognize the multiplicity of the other persons existent as well. And is it possible for us to programmatically disrupt that, and can we do that? Thank you.
Dalsy.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Bura, for the informative presentation. And according to our spaces, those things are not being told. And as universities, nothing has been discussed about taking care of our students, ourselves. So my question is, as a university, how do we create a safe space for such discussions? I'm raising this because nowadays our society is ill. Young boys are raised by single women. And many things about gender-based violence, when you check the roots of the person, it's anger, it's lots of things. I think maybe the universities and all the institutions must start by engaging and getting to know the kind of student we should have so that we can know their roots, because most of them, they don't even know their roots. That is why maybe they are frustrated and do all such things. And maybe it can also help our society and the whole country to have a better life, because people are just not open up on issues of their roots. You find them growing up until they become old, and once they are old, they want to know their fathers, they want to know their roots, but unfortunately, that is not happening in the universities, it's not happening in the communities. So please, maybe you can tackle that. Thanks.
Afternoon, colleagues. My name is Kamukhelo Ditewe from the UFS. Dean, in terms of leave of absence, it seems like UCT, somehow you guys are practicing it very well. And obviously, as a faculty coordinator from student governance, I sit in a lot of REC meetings, readmission appeal committee meetings. And I often find that when it comes to spirituality, the approach is often reactive and not proactive. Whereas if a student submits maybe an affidavit or a letter from a healer, it's seen as somehow inferior as opposed to a student that submits a medical certificate. So I think you're familiar with our systems, and it does get frustrating when a student now has to go through certain things, get ill, and then only now the system realizes that the student needs time out. If you can just maybe guide and advise on that and how we can efficiently implement leave of absence in our space. Thank you.
Sanbonan. My name is Unazo Ngumalo. I'm the TG of UKZN. I think that I've been covered by most speakers, especially my previous speaker. For me, I'm very happy that namhlanje we are able to actually speak about a holistic approach looking into universities, because I feel that universities are very detached from actually looking at the student and also its employees in a holistic manner, because the need for actually uguti ube absent from academic or work activities, you always need either a Western medicine led how mina I was sick, or maybe, as my previous speaker said, I had an African problem where I had to go see a traditional healer. In that sense, when yourself you are not okay as a person, and it always needs to be put into a category. I was sick, I had asthma, I had this. But as a person, there is a time where you need to retract from interactions. You need to find yourself and be like, I'm burnt out, I am tired. It's not because only when ubugula or you had an ancestral problem. So we do need to look at people in a holistical manner, that we are not just programmed to just go into universities and be academics, but we also have other aspects into a person, where you have emotions, you have the physical, you have the, I've forgotten all the holistical approaches, but again, as a person, we are more than just what we've come here to obtain. So thank you very much for that.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Khonse Chana. I'm from the University of the Free State. Mr. P, thank you so much for your presentation. I think also I've been covered by most of the questions that have been asked. Mr. P, you also in your presentation, you mentioned, you suggested rather that there should be safe spaces. You made an example of Impepo. There should be safe spaces where students are allowed to practice their rituals. But my question is, where do we start? Because we also have students who have indigenous or other spiritual callings that kind of force them to have certain rituals or wear a specific way or regalia. So the system doesn't allow them to allow them that expression. And in your presentation, it kind of also hinders them from having that breathing space or healing space, because that's what their calling is essentially about. So where do we actually start? How do we make these students feel like they have that expression and platform? Thank you.
Lovely. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, colleagues, for your questions. And of course, I'm not going to sit here and claim that I'm the paragon of knowledge in this area, because myself, I am still a young person in this journey, and I'm seeking direction. However, I think starting with the first question around the tension between modernity and indigenous practices. Of course, colleagues, it is important that we must acknowledge the ground that we are standing on and the contradictions that we face. It's not going to be easy, because the present that we are experiencing now was created to create particular realities. And one of those realities was that we must assimilate to Western ways of being, because it advances a particular hegemony. So that is that. Now the question is, how do we then create these safe spaces? Now the nice thing about reflection and understanding these things is to understand what language does the system hear. All right. So what I've engaged the students at UCT was to say, colleagues, we know we create policies, right? So the first point of call is to create a policy on indigenous practices, right? Because then, now, what that policy will assist us with, as you know that in the policy development process, there are contestations. It will then assist us and create a context where we are, what will be the limitations, and by the time we finalize that policy, we'll have a better understanding. You will recall, not a long time ago, right, the queer community had of course, still have the same problem around the residencies and how do we then accommodate or humanize, queer community, especially the trans community. Now, policies are developed in some places. There's resistance here and there, but the issue or the matter is on the agenda, right? And so for me, I think the first thing that is important is to have that thing on the agenda and engage it, and of course there will be gains and losses, right? And some universities will get there quicker than others, but at least we will have that. And of course for NASDEV and equally for SASAP, it is for us then, as well as mentioned around the framework on student governance, we can then begin, to engage, of course, SAUS to engage around how do we then, collectively work on something like this. As that nationally, we are in a position where we can say, well, we push through USAF. At the same time, at campus level, there are also agitation. And I think that, for me, is how we will then be able not only to be the centers in the margins, because student affairs is a center in the margins. Now, if you're a center in the margins, it means then that your centrality is almost irrelevant. But then if you push it nationally, then you're engaging the issue. And that is basically that. Now, I think, Sebake, in terms of the point that you are raising, is that when you, for example, if you look at a place like Cape Town, right, and of course in all our places, is that there are spiritualities that are centered, right? Wherein when people want to have places for church services, they're easily available. And of course, when Muslim comes and want to have spaces of worship, the structure is not necessarily conducive to accommodate, right? And it's not a coincidence. It's because the system was not designed for the Muslims. But most probably, of course, for Christianity, because you'll find there are churches, in some university, churches are in the university or maybe next to the university, because that's how this thing was done. Now, so how do we then create a space? Because, I mean, as it is now, we need to actually fight for that space. And how do we do it? The policy engagements in that direction. Because what the policy does, whether it's effective or not, it allows you to hook on it. It allows you to hook on it. In other words, that I would want to have, this because the policy says so. And we can talk about then the implementation, but then the policy gives us a window in that particular space. So that, for me, it would be what I say we need to look into. But of course, let's not also forget that ourselves actually have been very far from ourselves. We don't recognize ourselves anymore. All right? And that is the other problem, that we become the impediment because we have not necessarily resolved self. So, Mrs. Zani, what that means then is that if you don't know who you are, that kid won't know who they are, right? And of course, who they are, you don't tell them who they are. They live who they are. You can tell them all you want, but if they don't embody who they are, they don't know who they are. And so that's what we need to. So it means that in our programs, if our programs are sanitized of who we are, then you can't be who we are. They can only be who we are if when we for an event, you can see this event that, wow, now here, ngwanongoma ke manje, or zekwaqwa manje. But you don't get there and now not sure but how. I thought I was coming here for a African treat, but now I hear something different. So we need ourselves, because we are colleagues. We have that power. We are doing the programs. We are developing the curriculum. What are you putting in there? Right? And so that is then the issue. Tao, the question of how do we then make this space not being masculine, right? So during that time, one of the things, of course, remember, part of what we do as student affairs, we normally say, those who are in social support, Jackies had been there, you would understand this thing. What we normally engage when we respond, we say to students, we are intervening. So intervention says that, listen, I don't have and accommodation. But by the end of this month, my bursary is gonna be paying in. So by intervening, they say, okay, it's fine, I will accommodate you for until your bursary pays. That's what you can do because the resources are not that much, right? So then the question is, what interventions are we making to disrupt? So what I did in that situation, because I had a conversation with my daughter. She was so excited that mafungwash, you know? And so we're having this conversation about my daughter, yeah, to mafungwash. And I said, but yeah, so ukanya inkulu. But what does it mean then? If ukanya inkulu, well, inkulu kaloku no mafungwash is that, yes, you are the first daughter, but inkulu means historically he will inherit. But when now you mafungwash, but you can't inherit. And he said, but how does this work? And so I'm the firstborn, the mafungwash, but what is the value of it? Now the issue about the value of mafungwash has been lost down the line. There is value there. Now this conversation said to me, but hey, actually there's a point being made here. So in that moment, so one of the key aspects of that disruption was that in that event, I then gave Uzaiko isikhahlelo. Now isikhahlelo normally, in this current context, is given amadoda, right? But in the past, if you're a princess, you had isikhahlelo. So now Zaiko isikhahlelo sakhe udaluzuku, right? So what that means for her is that, as it happens emakhosini, muvela, to zanozuko, if unguzanozuko, for example. Now, what that means then for her is that because ungmafungwash, she has access to spaces that normally no one will have access to. Right? And therefore, in that way, she then have access to patriarchal constitutive elements. So that Ukanya doesn't undermine her because uyinkulu and she's a female. Then she began to acquire the patriarchal ingredient, which then means then that, for example, there are things that cannot happen if she's not there. One of those, by the way, ekhaya, in my household, will include ukuhlaba, but not there yet. And umkhonto is got abantu bawo. But it doesn't mean that in the past, amantombazana were not. Umafungwash in particular could fulfill that role. Currently, what is happening is that the male child who's supposed to do these activities are drinking. Not of their own fault, but they're drinking. Now, the practices that are made to heal people are now disrespected because people are drunk and are not healing. Now, there's an alternative to that. So that is how you do it. Of course, I can do these things in my context because myself, the Inkulu Ekai, right? I am using that personality I was talking about earlier on to facilitate these processes. But not everyone that is my position. Are you with me? Then if they're not in my position, then they must lobby those who are and begin communally. We begin to do this because that is basically how we do that. And of course, that's why I said with SASAP, with NASDEV, with SAUS, with USAF, and that's the lobbying when you don't have the power by yourself. So I think that for me is how we can begin. But of course, in my lifetime, it may maybe change in my household. But maybe as that happened in my household, it's going to happen next door and next door and next door and maybe the next village and the next province and so on. And so, Dalsi, how do we ensure that the university or the students know themselves? I think the issue here, colleagues, is that we need to first know ourselves. Because if, when we come to introduce ourselves, we don't introduce ourselves as ndingunquba, ndinguwashota, ndingumhlanganankwela, ndinguzozi, ndingurhudulu, ndinginamhlanganzanga nto, ndingunabele emntwini noba ngomphi na. Yabona? So if you don't do that, then students, because they are coming here, they're looking at you, then they won't do it. But if you drop some bars, they want to drop some bars. Because they can see, wow, I can do it, wow, then they do it. Right. Now, by the way, being a comedian is a career. It was never before. And that is how then you begin to break these particular spaces. So we need ourselves to know who we are. And then I think in that way, we'll nurture the next generations. And once we do that, then we then influence the policies. We are there. And the policies might open up the spaces. It might happen when you are already gone, but the seed would have been planted. I think Kamu, the question you're raising, it also speaks to this idea of the policy, right? If we create that policy, I mean, a typical example, UCT is very clear that we will not call police or private security on campus. Standard. Whatever happens, no one is calling those people. Now, it's a portion of the university. Now, I mean, people can argue, but the university has come to that resolution after what they've engaged on. The university can come to this resolution that says, we will provide, you know, indigenous practice, self-space, I mean, self-cutting spaces that are indigenous. We'll do that and create those spaces. And I mean, if we can create public art and you go and look at studies, hey, this is nice, we can create those spaces. And people can go in there and actually get healed. And then, yes, Unas, we are right. We are more than our degrees. But we then need to embody that and demonstrate that. How are we, you know, more than our degrees? And for me personally, right? I mean, some of you may be wondering, but this guy is going around wearing insimbi, what's going on? It is because it is important for me and the context that I am in at UCT that I am more than just an ED. And I can't leave myself at the door. Right? And that's why I'm wearing this insimbi. I'm wearing. It is because so that tomorrow somebody twasayo must not hide in Zimbizak. They must be out there. And I'm inviting them to do that thing. That show in Zimbizak, come tomorrow, wear whatever you need to wear that makes who you are. Come. And then be who you are. And someone asked, but so what's going on? Why are you wearing this thing? I'm saying, but you're wearing a hood, you're wearing a cap, you're wearing a whatever. Who's asking you what's going on? Who's asking you? Who's asking you? So what I'm saying is that is me. That is me. So we need then to make sure then that we know we are more than who we are. And then said, no, but why are you not wearing it's Africa Month, where is whatever? So, but I'm African most. Why are you not? So what I'm saying is that you need to make sure that we embody, not only that now we're celebrating this thing, it's a what do you call it, a fashion show, and then now the other day we're eating food, and that's it, we are happy. No. No. We must bring all of us every day in our spaces. And so we are more than our degrees. And then I think the issue really is really tied into that, is tied into that into the policy. In fact, I mean, if you go to the University of the Free State, for example, and this is the point I want to make as a closing remark. There was that program that students didn't like, what was it, beginning of the year or somewhere mid-March, what was it called? That where residences come together and then they, stage door. Yes. And because I think I want this thing to come to our practice. Now, what Stage Door was, Stage Door by and large was a celebration of Afrikanerdom. So it was. What they've done is they've programmatized it. That's what it was. They put a program to celebrate who they were. So what that means, that if you arrive into a resident of the University of the Free State, then they say, no, if you are here, you're first year, you're part of Stage Door, and you're part of Stage Door, but what you are doing there, you are enacting that space. Now, because it represents who was there, who was in charge, all I'm saying is we are in charge. So when I arrive in the space, then the activities, practices must show that, hey, I'm in Cape Town now. Hey, I'm in the Eastern Cape. Yay. Because, and it is us. But instead, what we are doing, we are regurgitating all those cultures that we have found in the institutions. That makes us, all of us, sick. So these self-practices, we must design programs that replicate the self-care practices, indigenous ways of being in Kwakwa. Then when somebody leaves that space, and they would have learned in terms of how to become, and they've shown who they are. And so, the challenge is upon us. It is upon us. And of course, start with the policies. Thank you very much.
Ngakulu, Ntatepura, for the reflections and responding to the questions. Siyabonga kakhulu, siphefumulele kakhulu tata. Colleagues, I think I am trying to chase time a bit. Ngizocela uSiyabulela Lose from the Walter Sisulu University, no Lungani Shezi from the University of KwaZulu-Natal to please come forward. I will ask Tate Bukala to also please come forward.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm Siyabulela Lose from Walter Sisulu University. Mr. Ntakeni, I would like to give you this token of appreciation from Nasdaf and executive members. Thank you so much for the informative presentation. You might have had some other commitments, but you made time to be with us. Really appreciate it. There's a say esiXhoseni ethi awufaki idada emanzini liphume lomile. Siyabulela kakhulu asingomadada omileyo. That means we've gained so much in your presentation. Thank you so much.
Sanibonani. Ninjani? Siyaphila. Igama lami uLungani Ngwashezi, Deputy President wase UKZN. I'm afforded this opportunity to come forward. Ngizobonga ku Mr. Mkolombane. Wonke umuntu obefika lapha phambili was saying ukuthi it is an honor for this opportunity, so now I'm going to follow that tradition. So it is an honor to be afforded this opportunity on behalf of NASDEV to give Mr. Mkolombane, this token of appreciation for a wonderful presentation about ukuphefumulelana. Siyabonga kakhulu Tata uNcengane, usebenzile. Thank you.
Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. Once again, can we give Mr. Mkolombane a round of applause, colleagues? Let's just sit down. Colleagues, we have just one more presentation. It is going to be a short one. But help me welcome to the stage Ms. Insaf Isaacs from the University of Cape Town. Until she gets to the stage, give her a round of applause. Come on.
Malibongwe. The name is Insaf Ayana Isaacs, and I'm trying to keep to 5 minutes. Al Presidente of NASDEV has a way of scheduling me in the graveyard shift because I can bring the fire. So it's Friday, if I'm not mistaken, and on a Friday in Cape Town, there's a significantly important social program. I want to beseech you forgiveness ahead of time. I'm making sick look pretty today, but I hope not to speak for longer than 10 minutes at most, real time. First and foremost, thank you for sparing time for this get-together. We should never ever lose sight of the importance of convening, of sharing what we know, and of speaking about what we think will contribute valuably to transforming the higher education space. By virtue of being here means that you yourself are a proponent of change, you are an agent of change, not for your lived experience only, but for the lived experience of those who will enter higher education after you, or shall I say after us. In particular, you are here because you are going to be a positive contributor to ensuring that first-generation students can succeed, and that the prospects or the opportunity of graduating in record time for first-generation students, which is the trajectory that institutions of higher education are forced to welcome, are forced to undertake, and should be held accountable for through outcomes of spaces and convenings like this, absolutely matters. So I'm going to ask you with utmost respect to get your pen and paper out. I'm asking you to get your pen and paper out because at convenings such as this, oftentimes the audience feels as if the audience is spoken at. And this presentation is going to try and bring together, with high morale and with high discipline, many of the concepts that you have learned today, and encourage you to write down the ideas that you have, so that when you are getting coffee, when you are eating lunch, when you are wherever, the phone number that you will take, you will have something with fresh understanding and fresh perspective to engage that person about. There have been institutional policies that currently exist that started at a NASDEV conference that people once said was impossible, that people once said would never happen. But because that person took the time to take themselves seriously, they chose not to assimilate. They chose to fight for a cause that a lived experience proved to that person is worthy of pursuing. They insisted, they persisted, and they were open to the idea of learning. And the more you open yourself to the idea of learning, you become comfortable and less fearful of failing. And the less you fear failure, the more visionary you become. So let's try and bring together some of the concepts, which, by the way, I didn't lobby any of the speakers that you've heard here today. It just shows that great ideas have synergy. And I'm hoping that you will at least allow me to guide you through a concept called the GROW model. And the GROW model is very simple. It cascades, it's a coaching model. It has different themes. You can Google it on your own time. I'll be sure to pass the PDF along to the organizers of this conference, and a huge thank you to everyone who has contributed to this gathering, because it's important. We shouldn't think that we are powerless when we come to gatherings like this. This is that opportunity of influence, and do not let it pass you by. The GROW model is important because it requires you to think very practically, very pragmatically around what you can facilitate change about in small ways, at grassroots level, at departmental level, at faculty level, at institutional level, national level, and internationally. So my first challenge is for you to reflect. You don't have to answer me, but for you to take a moment to reflect whether or not you agree with the principle that you are a member of society before you are a leader thereof. Reflect upon that. I am a member of society before I am a leader thereof. And for those who are or were members of the South African Congress of Students, your answer should be clear. The answer to that is yes. Now, I'm asking you to journey with me, because if we do not agitate the bureaucracy constantly, we create vacuums. And believe you me when I say, when that vacuum is realized, when that momentum drops, counter-revolutionary and counterproductive policies are introduced that undo the efforts of activists. Oftentimes, student leaders spearheading a cause that ought to be supported by progressives who undertake the responsibility of being caregivers in institutions of higher learning. And I must say to the speakers who had presented before me, it's as if I needed to hear all of your reflections for my personal convictions as an international higher education practitioner. It's not easy. There are microaggressions that constantly are leveled against the black child in the all-inclusive sense, particularly the first-generation student, that we have a responsibility to confront. We have been othered as students who are NSFAS, wanting to study, graduate, and improve the material conditions of our family. And as we see those, the few of us, because I'm a first-generation graduate myself, who eventually graduate and eventually pursue our dreams, constantly have to get over ongoing microaggressive behavior before we can realize our full potential, or dare I say, unleash our full potential for the benefit of higher education, for the benefit of making education fashionable, for the benefit of making or improving the material conditions for ourselves, for our families, for our neighbors, and for our community. Now, as you possibly recollect various experiences of yours, in terms of this GROW model that I said I would like us to journey along, what in terms of the reality of the institution you are from, would you like to see changed in 1 year? In 1 year. What would you like to see changed 1 year, in 1 year's time? Is it the name of a building? Is it the introduction of a topic in a particular course? Is it the introduction of a course? Is it the introduction of a student society that can facilitate the kind of transformation in 1 year's time? And I'm going to pick up the pace as I move along. Then in 3 years' time, what do you think would make it less cumbersome to be a first-generation student from rural Libodi and not feeling the need or feeling forced to assimilate and enunciate in a certain way so that you can be accepted whether you are living in the residence or whether you are not. So in 1 year's time, what would you like to see changed? Based on your own experience. In 3 years' time, what would you like to see changed? And please write these things down. These are your talking notes. And there were speakers who spoke before me here that gave excellent ideas. Then in 5 years, what would you like to see changed? And that's the first sort of principle about the GROW model. The second principle about the GROW model is around options. And I'm going to allow you some time, albeit briefly, to put down your notes. You don't have to write full sentences, just the phrases so that you can remember what it is that based on the intellectual stimulus you've been privileged to be exposed to today and yesterday and tomorrow, who you can find to make those connections and take the conversation beyond this program, which is essentially the purpose of programs such as this. So what are your options? Obviously, there's student governance. Based on my own political identity, convictions, and so on and so forth, I can make mention comfortably so about the Progressive Youth Alliance. And there are more options in the student governance structures that you can tap into, but be specific. In terms of that 1 year goal, where would the conversation start for that idea to gain traction? For that 3 year goal, where should the conversation start to gain traction as of now? In terms of that 5 year goal, where should the conversation start for it to gain traction? Because for all you know, the next big policy change, the next big structural change, for all we know, the funding model of higher education to ensure that it is sustainable, that reserves are maintained and protected, is sitting with someone in this very room now. So please write what you like, as Steve Biko said. There's nothing criminal about that. So in terms of options, who are the staff you could speak to? The ones you can speak broken English to won't make it a problem. So if you're a staff member and you're asking for a bonus, they'll say, no, but there were many typos in your first proposal, therefore, no, we can't trust this one. No, the people who will understand and look past your developmental growings to ensure that the essence of your idea can find expression. And beyond student governance and beyond staff, what are your other options for that 1 year goal, for that 3 year goal, and for that 5 year goal to find expression? And then last but certainly not least, what are you willing to do about it? So perhaps there's a 1 year goal. Perhaps there's a 3 year goal. Perhaps there's a 5 year goal on your paper. And I didn't tell anyone to decide what those goals are. I provoked you somewhat by sharing some statements and reflections around the reality of being a first-generation student, which, by the way, is the trajectory that most institutions of higher learning is forced to deal with. Post-fees must fall. Quality access to higher education where the ability to pay upfront needn't be demonstrated, because that's how it used to work. If you couldn't demonstrate that you can pay your fees upfront, sorry, this place is not for you. But that terrain has changed. And now that there is a critical mass that wasn't there before, concentrated within the higher education sector, in 1 year's time, what can this collective facilitate? To whom should you be speaking and about what? Is that willingness that I'm asking you to write down for that 1 year goal, for that 3 year goal, and for that 5 year goal. Now, obviously, a presentation wouldn't be a presentation unless I share some intrinsic wisdom. And I think it goes without saying. My background, academic background, by the way, is information systems. I'm a qualified business analyst with God's grace. It wasn't easy finishing my qualifications. I'm that student that had to share my NSFAS allowance. I'm that student that had to eat rice I even lost track. I'm that student that would share and found solace being with comrades at UCT, and found a calling there that I hope you will too, because there is no secret meeting for progressives to decide how to preserve and protect the integrity of that rural child, of that first generation child who chooses to go and study to make a better life and contribute positively to society. There's no such thing. So when you are here, you are an honored caretaker of higher education. You are an honored caretaker of that child who looks up to the mountain, for example, where UCT is located, to the beautiful scenic backgrounds of UKZN, or wherever you wish to study. We, as we are here, are those caretakers, and it's not easy. But if in unpacking the ideas that you might have, in trying to strive positively, constructively, and tangibly towards transforming higher education so that this idea of social justice is not something that is sloganeering, but is something that people can feel when they walk into residences, that people can feel when they walk across campus, that people can feel when they are preparing for the assessments. There's this concept called the 5 W's and the H. For those who have studied project management, you'll know what I'm talking about. The 5 W's and the H speaks about being clear for yourself. What is it that you're going to do? What? That's the first W, or one of the W's. Who ought to be involved for this idea of yours to take off? Who is it for? You need to be very clear about who your idea is for so that you can focus your energy acutely in terms of navigating the balances of forces, in terms of the politics and the resistance that you will encounter when trying to transform. It's natural. Do not be put off when people say your idea is terrible, even if your idea is great. Change is expensive. The change is necessary. So who, what, when, sorry, I beg your pardon, what, who, when your idea will take off. Having timelines to your idea is very important, and this might sound obvious, but I sincerely hope that this framework of the 5 W's and the H and the GROW model is something you can apply to every single presentation that you hear in this NASDEV conference. If you haven't already, I implore you to apply that, make a template on the column what, when, who, where, and why. So what is it that you want to achieve? Who is it for? When about should it happen? Where is it located? Because some ideas are not just ideas that are institutional specific. They are regional trends, particularly for institutions who have campuses beyond the urban centers of the country. So think about where your ideas need to take off as well, and most importantly, why. As you journey along and you find your sources of inspiration, for example, there were comments that I recall about the readmission committees, the RACs. Why are institutions of higher learning not undertaking readmission support series? To reintegrate a student who had faltered in their academic journey. It shouldn't be criminalized. It shouldn't be a basis for othering students. It's one way in which an institution can commit to ensuring that students who are admitted are students who will be supported until they graduate, which is my parting shot. If we really want to talk about social justice in higher education sectors, this laughable concept about 1 in every 3 graduating should be done away with. In fact, that should be a source of shame for everyone in a senior leadership position at an institution. For every student who is admitted, there should be wraparound support structures in place for that student every single year. And it shouldn't be static. A first year has a different need from a second year, has a different need from a third year, has a different need from a finalist, and so on and so forth. There should be mentoring programs, opt-in mentoring programs that people can join. Not forcefully, not a force-fit model. And there should be an ongoing reminder to students who come from the kind of relatable backgrounds, where material conditions is the very, improving material conditions, is the very motivation for that student to have journeyed to that university to participate in. And if you want to talk social justice, those mentoring programs should be funded. Why should you have to think about whether or not the subsidy that you're sending home from an already minimal subsidy should be compared to buying data to phone your mentee? You should not be out of pocket for wanting to provide peer support to someone who's wanting to graduate and be a constructive participant in society once they graduate. So I implore you, your 1-year goal, your 3-year goal, and your 5-year goal. What is it? Who is it for? Where will it be located? Why does it matter? And ultimately, how are you going to achieve it, which is that H? And while you are at this NASDEV conference, who can you talk to get the ball rolling? For all you know, you might have the answer to a process that's already underway, no matter how simplistic your idea or input might seem. Which staff members can you approach to put those very topics on the various agenda of institutional bureaucratic processes? And what other options exist to ensure that the balances of forces can forever be swayed in favor of the child whom apparently should fear being in an institution of higher learning because their background is not the traditional, what institutions or who institutions of higher learning had been established for in the first place? And my parting shot is, what are you going to do about it? Because as you are here now, you actually have the framework to be able to do something positive, big or small, to ensure that current students and future students can take forward with pride this idea of being a student, being a graduate, and positively contributing to the development of South Africa and the continent at large. I thank you.
Thank you very much, leadership, for those thought-provoking statements, really talking to us about a practical framework in which to enforce positive change, the GROW model, and I think you've committed that it will be shared and for colleagues to ponder upon it as they engage. I see there are already hands. Before I even went to the stage, there was already a hand. I will take 2 hands, colleagues, just 2 hands. Yes, I see 2 hands, so it will be yourself and then the gentleman at the back. Yes, then we will wrap up the session. You can go.
Okay, thank you, facilitator. It's Kamukhale once again from the UFS. You used a very interesting term, readmission series, which obviously because of the current portfolio that I'm occupying, is quite interesting. Can you maybe just please elaborate on that, what it implies and how it can be implemented? Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Angelo Kulu. I'm the Yucatan SRC RAO General. Mine is very, very simple. I once belong. You talked about our 1-year plan, 5-year plan, etc. But I have an idea that will work for UKZN from now up to 1880, as long as there's still UKZN. The office that I'm occupying right now, we usually face problems that are physical, because I'm a resident affairs officer. Everything that happens, you see them physical. The solution to that, the school must release funds and open new buildings to accommodate self-funded students and NSFAS-funded students. Because this year we had a problem. The CFO did not want to open new buildings, and students were forced to go home. Some were forced to occupy private accommodation. But occupying private accommodations only favors those students who are funded by NSFAS. Those students who are self-funded, who already paid for the registration for residencies, they were not favored by going to private accommodations. So if we can able to achieve the school and make the school open new buildings, that could favor us from now up to 1880, because we won't be having an issue whereby students need accommodation. But when they apply to study together 10 in the CAO form, they tick that they need residencies. So they must get it, when they register together 10, they must register together 10 knowing that they will have a residence, knowing that they won't have a hassle to find a residence. Another thing that I would like to achieve at UKZN, UKZN must allow first entry students to enter campus. From 2020, or from 2021, 2022, we're always fighting with UKZN, fighting them one thing: they must allow first entry students to enter the campus so that we can help them with their registration. We always fight with the security company, end up revolting in an unnecessary strike, and comrades getting hurt. And they must allow walking. That is what we want to achieve. The school must allow walking and allow first entry students to enter campus. The third thing that I would like to achieve at UKSN, the school is taking the security company for a ride. The security company is not equipped. They're not even carrying a taser to keep it to protect themselves. How are they going to protect us if they're not carrying even a taser? If the school can equip them with those equipments, they can be able to do their job better. Okay, the conversation of opening new buildings can start with the CFO, because the CFO is the one who handles the funds of UKZN. If we can be able to make the CFO release the funds and open new buildings, then we won't be having these problems. Okay, how are we going to articulate that? We usually speak with the CFO. Then if the CFO does not want to do that, we end up revolting to unnecessary strikes, and we keep on intensifying the struggle. Then comrades end up being arrested or hurt. Thank you.
Sure, thank you. Okay, I took two hands. I think you've captured them. I think it's quite clear that students are inspired and are ready for action. We appreciate that. So over to you, ma'am.
All right, thank you so very much for that input. I feel affirmed by the fact. Am I audible?
Yeah, we can hear.
I feel affirmed by the fact that you took the time to write out those ideas. A lot of times what student leaders don't do is identify progressives, and believe you me, every university has comrades that you can speak to, that you can lean on, to table the agenda items that you are deeply passionate about, so that once you graduate, or if you decide to move on to a different university, you know you've planted the seed of transformation with someone trustworthy who can take it forward. Like movement, freedom of movement on campus, or the right to access your campus, which, by the way, is actually a right. It's a fundamental right. And we aren't seeing enough students problematizing the fact that militarizing public institution of higher learning property is a gross violation and undermining of every student's constitutional right, I beg your pardon, to be able to participate freely in educating themselves and preparing to be a positive and meaningful contributor to the nation's development and, by extension, the continent's development. Regarding the readmission support series, the readmission support series is an idea which, in fact, if I really think about it, is something that stemmed from my own personal convictions as a SRC member at UCT a short while ago, dare I say. Let me be specific and maybe expose my age a bit. Still youth, constitutionally speaking. 2011. I was the last chair of academics, or Minister of Education, of the UCT SRC in 2011. And I noticed that many of the students who form part of the students who do not graduate had actually been excluded at some point. And it's a very costly exercise, because most of those students are there on donor funding or on student loans. And the university had no formalized or programmatic intervention in place that students can attend on a weekend day, perhaps during their lunch break, that is holistic. The readmission support series would include life skill support like time management, being comfortable with asking for help. Because a lot of the times, the student who supposedly falls by the wayside or gets excluded is the student who, maybe for cultural reasons, not that it's a problem, doesn't feel comfortable to approach a professor and ask for an extension, or doesn't know how to, because it's a very first experience for that student being in such a space, and it feels disrespectful to be able to say, could you please accommodate my need? And then the student doesn't ask for that extension, doesn't ask for that bit of extra help. So the little things compound, and then the student eventually gets academically excluded. So the readmission support series in many ways would almost mimic what your extended programs or academic development programs, according to the UCT model, creates or incorporates in an extended degree program. So in the first year, there's a mentorship program. There are psychologists with whom students can debrief. Best practices are shared around maintaining mental health, so as to ensure that the possible issues that led, no matter how small, that led to the eventual academic exclusion don't manifest again, and then agitate the students' completion rate or ability to complete their degree program. The readmission support series also spoke about things like financial management or budgeting, because a lot of the time the causes for anxiety emanated from having to split a NSFAS allowance 10 ways, which sounds close to impossible. Students would even feel guilty for living in residences where sleeping in a bed, knowing that back home there is no bed to sleep in. It's a cause for pain and anxiety, and eventually becomes an impediment towards focusing on studies. So whilst it might seem rudimentary to talk about some of those things, it absolutely matters. And it matters because the demographics of universities have changed drastically. And it's changed drastically since the must-fall movements, and rightfully so. Because if you look at the demographics of the country, it's only obvious what the demographics of universities should look like. So in terms of possibly shaping a readmission support series, I would advise that it should be faculty-specific. And if faculties are wholesale in support of it, you might want to consider a departmental-specific program. So do a bit of trend analysis. Which faculties are mostly affected by academic exclusion? Are there departments that have higher levels of academic exclusion, so that whatever conversations ought to be had are tailored around academic interventions, lifestyle interventions, which include social, emotional interventions, and you'll be surprised, a lot of policy interventions will stem from that readmission support series, because that is a vulnerable group. Because it takes a huge degree of resilience to be excluded by a university, appeal that decision, or maybe not appeal that decision, but to appeal that decision, not be accepted, go through a rehabilitation process and come back. So that's the kind of student who would be able to speak from a lived experience that's very particular and is not wholesale. And the readmission support series won't be a once-off or a quarterly thing. It's an ongoing thing. Chances are it will be at least a semester long, possibly every once a week, so that the student can feel a bit of opportunity to socially reintegrate themselves with campus. But it's the kind of program that should not be to the exclusion of the institutional's Department of Student Affairs. But bear in mind, a commerce student will have a different conversation to an engineering student, a different conversation to a science student, a humanities student, a law student, and so on and so forth. And I'm happy to chat further about the model that was implemented as a student-led initiative, and it's found its way as a programmatic exercise, as a more formalized program offered by staff. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Isaacs. Colleagues, all the questions have been answered. I think at this point in time, I must thank you and appreciate you for the presentation. To do that better, can I ask Ms. Nazo Ngumalo to please come forward? We can give her a round of applause also.
Greetings again. As Mr. Mhlongo has said, my name is Nazo Ngumalo, and I'm also given the honor to actually thank Ms. Isaacs. I said that correctly, right? Yeah. Ms. Isaacs, yeah, for the wonderful presentation which actually ignited us comrades. And I'm very sad that you were put at the end, because maybe if you were put before lunch or maybe after lunch, we would have discussed more or maybe had more time, because I feel like we actually are touched a lot about what your topic, and I would have liked to actually to hear more about the initiative you started at UCT. So thank you very much. Round of applause.
Thank you, thank you.
It would feel wrong for me not to do one more thing before I go home.
Yeah.
Amandla!
Away to Amanda.
All the best for the rest of the conference.
Siyabonga kakhulu. Thank you very much, Ms. Isaacs. Thank you, Nazo. Yeah.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Colleagues, we are at the end of our day 2 of our summit. Just a few announcements. We are humbly asked that when we exit the hall, please can you make sure that you just check the seat next to you, ubuke nje ka left, naga right, and pick up any litter that might be there. So everything that we came with into the venue, whether it's a cup of coffee, a can of Coke, a takeaway, please can we, when we exit the venue, just carry that with us, and we'll put it on the disposable bins that are just outside the doors, all right? So nje, yeah, it's part of responsibility, just cleaning up after ourselves. Then also, colleagues, you are reminded that tomorrow the session again commences at 8. It's a Saturday, there's no traffic, excuses must be at the minimum. That simply means people must go to their hotel rooms, they must rest, don't paint Cape Town red or blue. But now I'm also challenged by the statements that Friday in Cape Town. But colleagues, please just rest. Tomorrow at 8 o'clock, we are here sharp, ready to engage. Thank you very much for your patience. Have a good evening. But ungishayelile mwema, so I accept. It's fine. Oh, laptop.